pause break.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Distinguished guests, teachers, members of the panel of judges and fellow students, on behalf of the Immerse Environmental Group, I welcome you and thank you for joining us in Environmental Morning for the 22nd cycle of the annual Inter-College Environmental Public Health Speaking Competition. My name is Rami Adel Al-Tahir Al-Hadi. I'm honored to be your MC for today. الضيوف الكرام وأعضاء هيئة التدريس وأعضاء لجنة التحكيم والطلاب الأعزاء، نيابة عن مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئة، أرحب بكم وأشكركم على انضمام إلينا في هذا الصباح الرائع في الدورة 22 من مسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الكليات والجامعات. اسمي رامي عادل الطاهر الهادي، ويشرفني أن أكون مقدما لبرنامجنا. Before we start, I would like to share some housekeeping notes. There are two emergency exits to the right and one to the left. There will not be a fire drill today, so if you hear any fire alarm, please exit the auditorium safely. We request you to refrain from using the front door while exiting the auditorium. There is a back door just at the end of the steps. Please use the back door to enter or exit from the auditorium. This avoid any cause of disturbance to the team presenting on stage. We also highly advise you not to use the doors while presentation is ongoing. There will be 1 minute gap between the presentations, which can be used to exit the auditorium. There is a prayer room available, so please ask EEG team for directions. The presenting team must remove their mask off while presenting. The competition is broadcasting live on EEG's channel on YouTube for those which view and share it with their friends, families, institutes or peers. قبل أن نبدأ أود مشاركة بعض الإرشادات التنظيمية معكم. يوجد مخرجان على اليمين وموجود مخرجان على اليسار. لن يكون هناك تمرين حريق اليوم، لذا إذا سمعتم إنذار الحريق يرجى الخروج من القاعة بأمان. نطلب منكم الامتناع عن استخدام الباب الأمامي أثناء خروجكم من القاعة. يوجد باب خلفي في نهاية الدرجات. يوجد استخدام الباب الخلفي للدخول أو الخروج من القاعة، هذا لتجنب أي سبب لإزعاج الفريق الذي يقدمه عرضه في المسرح. ننصحكم بشدة بعدم استخدام الأبواب أثناء العرض التقديمي. ستكون هناك دقيقة واحدة راحة بين العروض، والتي يمكنكم استخدامها للخروج من القاعة. توجد غرفة للصلاة. من فضلكم اسأل فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئية عن الاتجاهات. يجب على جميع الفرق إزالة الأقنعة أثناء التقديم. يتم بث المسابقة مباشرة على قناة مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئة على اليوتيوب لأولئك الذين يرغبون في مشاهدتها ومشاركتها مع أصدقائهم أو عائلاتهم أو معاهدهم أو أقرانهم. I would like to request everyone to please raise the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. أود أن أطلب من الجميع أن يرددوا معنا النشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. We will commence the day with some verses from the Holy Quran. نبدأ اليوم بآيات عطرة من القرآن الكريم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولو فتحنا عليهم بابا من السماء فظلوا فيه يعرجون فقالوا ولقد جعلنا في السماء بروجا وزيناها للناظرين وحفظناها إلا من استرق السمع فأتبعه شهاب مبين والأرض مددناها وألقينا فيها رواسي وأنبتنا فيها من كل شيء موزون وجعلنا لكم فيها معايش ومن لستم له برازقين وإن من شيء إلا عندنا خزائنه وما ننزله إلا بقدر معلوم وأرسلنا الرياح لواقح فأنزلنا من السماء ماء فأسقيناكموه
صدق الله العظيم. Please join me in welcoming the co-founder and chairperson of Immerse Environmental Group, Ms. حبيبة المرعشي, to give the opening address. أرجو أن تنضموا إلي في الترحيب بعضو مؤسس ورئيسة مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئة السيدة حبيبة المرعشي لإلقاء كلمة الافتتاح.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي الكلمة بتكون باللغة الإنجليزية. لو إن ما شاء الله في عدد لا بأس فيه من الطلبة العرب يعني. Will I have my speech in Arabic on the screen? Yes? Okay, inshallah. Dear guests, esteemed students, my dear fellow judges, faculty members, thank you very much for joining us in the 22nd cycle of the Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. I would particularly like to welcome you, a healthy welcome after the really test that we had over the last 2.5 years. Nevertheless, we did conduct this program physically in the same auditorium in 2020 and in 2021, albeit with all the restrictions that was imposed at that time. I would like to start by thanking the venue, Dubai International Academic City, who have provided this auditorium and this facility, and it has become a home for this program since its inception. And we have seen many students and universities and colleges joining us from different Arab countries. I would like to share with you that last year, because of Expo 2020, we had opened this competition to outside, beyond Arab countries, and we did receive teams from different countries as well. So it was a unique cycle. It was very interesting, and all the teams that participated from out of the boundaries of the Arab world were very interested and enjoyed the event, and they requested us to expand this program to include countries from other nations as well. Some of the characteristics of this cycle is that this is the first time we have expanded it from 2 days to 4 days. We usually used to do it 2 days, one morning session before lunch, and the afternoon session is another topic. But this year, mashallah, because of the popular request from the feedback that we received from your colleagues, peers last year, we have decided to expand it to a 4-day program. I would like to welcome you, dear judges, from diverse backgrounds, from different entities that are engaged with Emirates Environmental Group through our different programs and setups. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedule. So there will be 4 judges with us for the first 2 days, and there will be another set of 4 judges for the next 2 days, inshallah. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope that you will enjoy it as much as we enjoy putting all this program together. There's a criteria, all the students and faculty members know about it. It's all in your folders. And if there is any question, I'm sitting here to support. As an entity, Emirates Environmental Group, we take our responsibility of educating the youth very seriously, and we give it very great importance. So one of the most important elements of this program is that we want to provide a platform for you, the future generation. You are going to enter the workforce, inshallah, very soon. You need to have the necessary tools to enable you to deal with what is the requirement of the working life. In the interpersonal skills, the building of confidence, the sensitivity towards environmental issues. So you need to have those tools and those skills that will enable you to enter the challenges of a working life. Before usually we go into the topic, I give you a brief of Emirates Environmental Group. I'm sure you have all gone through our website. You know that this is the first environmental NGO that was established in the United Arab Emirates in 1991. So literally we are celebrating 31 years of our existence. We have, alhamdulillah, very strong affiliations on the international level and accreditation to international bodies. Last year, we got accepted again to be a member of the World Packaging Organization, and that was another feather in our cap. On 26th of, on 11th of November, which is around 10 days ago, we concluded the 26th cycle of the can collection campaign, aluminium collection. Why am I mentioning it? because this was the first action program that we rolled it out in 1997. We wanted to engage different sectors of the society, different nationalities, different backgrounds, to come together into an action, hands-on program to help preserve and protect the environment. This program has never looked back, and we have grown from strength to strength. The target this year was to collect 20,000 kgs throughout 2022, which means until 31st of December. But by the end of 11th of November, we had collected 23,253 kgs of aluminum cans. It means that next year, of course, the target will be higher. From the inception of this program, starting in the Emirate of Dubai, expanding to the UAE, we have collected a total of 375,862 kgs of aluminum cans, which is directly diverted from ending into the landfill straight to the recycling factories, and it gets melted, provided beautiful, clean aluminiums and sold in the local market as well as globally. So for those of you who are studying economies and studying engineering, this is one of the very effective ways of achieving circular economy. So one's waste is somebody else's treasure. This beautiful raw material does not end up in the landfills. It gets recycled locally here, and we are very proud of that process. So what does that mean in environmental language? I would like to share with you the amount of CO2 emission that we all know is the main reason for the global warming. All the global conferences, the COPs, and all that talk about how do we reduce our carbon emissions. These are the types of platforms that we provide to enable us to achieve that. So we have managed to mitigate or suck from the environment more than 5,600 metric tons of CO2 emissions. And we have managed to save more than 9,000 cubic meters of landfill space. So never underestimate a simple step that you as a member of the society can contribute in making a positive impact on environmental scenario in your own country, in your own sphere, in your own neighborhood. And more than 85,000 British thermal units of energy. So we do have, many of these kind of action programs. Another program that is taking place on the 29th of this month is our series of panel discussions. So my invitation to all of you sitting here or virtually attending, this is a very important platform that we started in 1992 as an awareness building process. One of the ways that we work at Emirates Environmental Group is we never roll a one-off. If we are rolling a program, we have to ensure that there's continuity of it and there's scalability of it, to strengthen it, to go deeper into, to make branches of it. So the panel discussion is one such platform that we have seen hundreds and hundreds of people and speakers joining us. This session will be covering a very important topic, role of retrofitting, remodeling existing built environment. We are talking about the built environment. We are talking about the amount of CO2 emission. We are talking about the energy that the built environment consumes. Yet a lot of work has focused on new buildings. What about the buildings that are existing already, that were built 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and before that? How can we make these more healthier buildings, more energy efficient buildings, part of the sustainable built environment? Entering December becomes one of the busiest months for Emirates Environmental Group. Again, I would like to share with you how it started. The whole purpose is for our guests from different Arab countries. Take it, learn from this experience, and roll it out in your own respective countries. We started Clean Up UAE in 2002 as a national campaign. So this year is 21 years of holding this program. It will take place, it was a one-day event, now it's taking place over a course of 10 days. Every other day, we are in one of the Emirates. We cover all the country. And we have covered, since the day we started, more than 1,000 square kilometers of this land. Almost 1 million people have participated with us since we started. This is one of the most beautiful platforms of bringing people together from different nationalities, particularly in a country like the UAE, our GCC countries. You know, we have people sharing, living with us. 204 nationalities live in this country. How do we make them feel that they belong, sense of loyalty, sense of commitment? How do we work as one? Today we are talking about diversity. We are talking about so many issues. This is one of those beautiful and effective platforms of achieving that. So all these programs are geared to mobilize the masses, make you feel that you count, that you are important, that your action matters. And this is where we have the difference, and we have. I'm sure you saw last night, they were showing us the last concluding session of COP27, where few countries have come together and committed to more than $8 billion that will be channeled towards sustainable food systems. In this month, the global population exceeded 8 billion, before what was expected. So how do you feed 8 billion people? These are the issues that you need to know about them as future leaders of the planet, custodians of the planet. I'm not saying the responsibility is small, it's a big responsibility, but I am sure with the right tools, with the beautiful platforms that you have in modern universities, with all the ways of mechanisms of teaching you, bringing the latest to your table, you are being equipped to do just that. We all know COP28, inshallah, will take place in Dubai next year. So I hope, and we will be part of COP28 because this event will take place in November, and that is during the COP period. I look forward, inshallah, to see you all together with us next year and to see more universities joining us. As I mentioned, we are making history because this is not a 2-day, this is a 4-day, so you can proudly say that you've participated in one of the strengths of this platform. Over the course of 4 days, we have 73 teams participating with us. And they are coming from 10 Arab countries. I'm sure as you will sit here today and tomorrow, you will be inspired by your colleagues, by your peers. We will learn a lot. I always learn a lot from these platforms. I salute the teachers that work with the students to bring us the latest in research discoveries and talking about your own countries, talking about the challenges, suggesting the solutions. This is all beautiful learning process for all of us. The topic that you will be competing on today is water and food security. Are they correlated? One of the main topics that was discussed in COP27 was food security. Main issue that countries are on the verge of being in conflict is water issue. The diseases that are born out of polluted water. The numbers are frightening, particularly after COVID-19. So these are the platforms that we create and we bring it together. By the way, the topics that you see in this cycle is not the choice of EEG's team. This is the choice that was given to us by your peers who joined us last year. Those topics, we took them, thematized them, sent them to our resourceful people, and the topics that were scored the highest were the ones that have been brought out to you today. So you will be receiving the same thing, feedback forms. Please take few minutes of your time. Suggest topics so that your colleagues next year can enjoy participating. in the programs that we do, since the Sustainable Development Goals were rolled out in 2015, we have started mapping everything that we do should be addressing some of these topics. So for the 4 days that we are here, we are tackling so many of these Sustainable Development Goals. We're talking about goal number 2, which is zero hunger. We are talking about goal number 3, which is good health, and that was very obvious during the COVID period. We are talking about goal number 4, quality education. By the way, during COVID, more than 265 million children did not have access to education. So it has affected the growth that we had registered as a global community in fighting illiteracy. Goal number 6 talks about clean water and sanitation. Goal number 7, affordable and clean energy for all. Goal number 9, we are talking about innovation, industrial innovation. Goal number 11, we are talking about sustainable cities and communities. These are all very important topics. Goal number 12, sustainable consumption and production. It covers every aspect of our lives in any level that you look at. Goal number 13 is the goal, climate action. So in every single step that we take as human beings, we are answerable to this goal. Goal number 15, protecting life on land. And goal number 17 is the effective partnership, which is this platform. The effective partnership between the different stakeholders, between the different sectors, to come together to find solutions for the challenges that we face together as humanity. Considering the popularity of this program, and again from the feedback that we received last year, we are considering, inshallah, expanding this program moving forward 2023 and beyond, is that it will be a global competition. And inshallah, we will be able to do it. So it will not be just covering Arab countries. I think we have reached to that level of maturity. We are proud of our education institutions. We are proud of the level of what is being taught in our universities and colleges, and we know that we are ready to compete against any student coming from any part of the world. So inshallah, this will be one of the ways of growing with this program. Without further ado, I would like to say thank you very much. Relax, sit, enjoy yourselves, and let's open our hearts and open our minds, and let's take good lessons from this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Habiba, for the uplifting speech. شكرا لك سيدة حبيبة على الخطاب المميز. Each year, we invite a distinguished panel of bilingual experts to judge the competition. And this year, there's no difference. Today, we have with us Mr. Mansour Farid, Chief Engineer, China State Construction Engineering, Middle East. Mr. Jamil Haddad, Business Development and Sustainability Manager, Al Bayadir International. Mr. Haytham Ibrahim, Property Operation Manager, ICD Brookfield Place. Ms. Ruba Abu Atiyah, Executive Coordinator, United Nations Environmental Programme. Respected Judge, thank you for taking the time out from your busy schedule to join us. It's highly appreciated. ندعو كل عام لجنة متميزة من الخبراء ثنائي اللغة للحكم على المسابقة، وهذا العام لا يختلف عن سابقيه. معنا اليوم السيد منصور فريد، كبير المهندسين، شركة الصين الحكومية للهندسة الإنشائية في الشرق الأوسط. السيد جميل حداد، مدير تطوير الأعمال والاستدامة، البيادر الدولية. السيد هيثم إبراهيم، مدير عمليات الممتلكات، ICD بلوكفيلد بليس. السيدة ربع أبو عطية، المنسق التنفيذي لبرنامج الأمم المتحدة. نشكر لجنة التحكيم ونقدر وقتكم الثمين واقتطاعكم من جداولكم المزدحمة للانضمام إلينا. The topic that the teams are being assessed today is water security and food security. Are they correlated? الموضوع التي يتم تقييم الفرق بناء عليها اليوم هو هل يترابط الأمن المائي أو الأمن الغذائي؟ Dear students, we're excited to hear what you have prepared for us today. But before we move on to the presentations, I would like to share some important points to remember. The time given to each team will be exactly 10 minutes. The speakers will hear two bells go off during the presentation. The first bell indicates that 8 minutes have passed. The second bell indicates your 10 minutes is up. Points will be deducted if the teams exceed the allotted time limit. Points also will be deducted if the teams merely read from the paper, screens, and iPad. الطلاب الأعزاء، نحن متحمسون لسماع ما أعددتموه لنا اليوم، ولكن قبل أن ننتقل إلى العروض التقديمية أود مشاركة بعض النقاط المهمة التي يجب ذكرها. الوقت الممنوح لكل فريق سيكون 10 دقائق بالضبط. سوف يسمع متحدثون جرسين أثناء التقديم. يشير الجرس الأول إلى مرور 8 دقائق ويشير الجرس الثاني إلى انتهاء 10 دقائق. سيتم خصم النقاط إذا تجاوزت الفرق الحد الزمني المخصص. وسيتم خصم النقاط أيضا إذا قرأت الفرق من الورق أو الشاشة أو الآيباد. Please take note of the agenda and the order in which you will be presenting, as we will only have 1 minute in between each presentation. In order to ensure we are on schedule, please be ready to present before your time. If you are the next team to present, please come down and be seated on the second row over there and reach out the AG team beside the stage. يرجى الانتباه على الوقت عرض الفريق والترتيب، حيث لدينا دقيقة واحدة فقط بين كل عرض تقديمي لضمان التزامنا بالجدول الزمني. يجب الاستعداد التقديمي قبل موعدك. إذا كنت الفريق التالي الذي سيقدم، يرجى الجلوس في الصف الثاني والتواصل مع فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات البيئية بجانب المسرح. For the teams who are presenting virtually, please start sharing your screens and turn cameras on once your team is being announced. Only the teams is presenting should share the screens and switch their cameras on. Points will be deducted if the judges are not be able to see you on screen. للفرق التي تقوم بالتقديم بشكل افتراضي، يرجى البدء في مشاركة شاشتك وتشغيل الكاميرات بمجرد الإعلان عن اسم فريقك. يجب على كل الفرق المشاركة فقط مشاركة شاشاتها وتشغيل الكاميرات الخاصة بهم. سيتم خصم النقاط إذا لم يتمكن الحكام من رؤيتك على الشاشة. We have already received the presentation that all teams have been sent out earlier, and we do not recommend any team to request any amendments today. I would like to make it very clear that we are strong believers in the quality of work. And we believe that submitting the right quality presentation from the beginning is very important and teach you to meet and respect time constraints and the vital importance of time management in an academic and corporate settings or even at a personal level. If there are any requests for changes, judges will be informed and a total of 5 marks will be deducted from the total score. لقد تلقينا بالفعل العروض التقديمية التي أرسلتها جميع الفرق في وقت سابق، ولا نوصي أي فريق بطلب التعديلات اليوم. أود أن أوضح أننا نؤمن بقوة بجودة العمل، ونعتقد أن التقديم العرض التقديمي الجيد من البداية أمر مهم للغاية، ويعلمك تلبية واحترام القيود الوقت وأهمية الحيوية لإدارة الوقت في بيئة جامعية وشركات أو حتى على المستوى الشخصي. إذا كان هناك أي طلب لإجراء تغييرات فسيتم إبلاغ الحكام وسيتم خصم 5 نقاط إجمالية من النتيجة. There are a total of 50 points for the competition. Each judge will allocate points of the basis of clarity of speech will be 10 points, originality of ideas 15 points, assessment of environmental impact and solutions 15 points, presentation of research evidence 10 points. هناك إجمالي 50 نقطة للمنافسة على أساس الآتي: وضوح الكلام 10 نقاط، أصالة الأفكار 15 نقطة، تقييم الأثر البيئي والحلول 15 نقطة، وعرض الأدلة البحث 10 نقاط. We will have 3 breaks today, which will be announced. The first one is on a mid-morning refreshment break, and second for a lunch break. The third break will be at mid-afternoon, a refreshment break at the end of the competition, whereby the judges will be deliberating the scores and finalizing the winners. I would like to request all participants to be aware of the time allotted to each team. سيكون لدينا 3 فترات راحة اليوم وسيتم الإعلان عنها. الأولى هي استراحة منتصف الصباح لتناول المرطبات، والثانية استراحة الغداء، والاستراحة الثالثة ستكون منتصف الظهيرة لتناول المرطبات في نهاية المسابقة، حيث سيتداول الحكام في النتائج ويضعون اللمسات الأخيرة لإعلان الفائزين. لذا أود أن أطلب من جميع المشاركين أن يكونون على دراية بالوقت المخصص لكل فريق. Before I call upon the first speaker, I'm repeating a few key housekeeping points. I would like to request everyone to be seated and refrain from going in and out in between the presentations to avoid distractions. I would like to remind you to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put them in silent mode. We request you to refrain the front door while exiting the auditorium. There is a back door just at the end of the steps. Please use the back door to enter or exit the auditorium. This avoid any cause of disturbance to the team presenting on stage. I would like to draw your attention to respect the utilities so generously provided by Dubai International Academic City and ensure to maintain the cleanliness of the facilities. The students, you have been provided with the name badges, so please make sure that it's visible all the time. قبل أن أعطي كلمة للمتحدثين الأوائل، أكرر بعض النقاط التنظيمية الرئيسية والمهمة. أود أن أطلب من جميع الجلوس والامتناع عن الدخول والخروج بين العروض التقديمية لتجنب التشتيت. أود أيضاً أن أذكركم بلطف إغلاق الهواتف المحمولة أو وضعها في وضع الصامت. أود أيضاً أن أذكركم بلطف الامتناع عن استخدام الباب الأمامي أثناء الخروج من القاعة. يوجد باب خلفي في نهاية الدرجات. يوجد استخدام الباب الخلفي للدخول أو الخروج من القاعة. هذا لتجنب أي سبب من إزعاج الفريق الذي يقدمه عرضه على خشبة المسرح. أود أن ألفت انتباهكم لاحترام المرافق التي قدمتها مدينة دبي الأكاديمية بسخاء والتأكد من الحفاظ على نظافة المرافق. للطلاب، لقد تم تزويدكم بإشارات الأسامي. يوجد تأكد من أنها مرئية في جميع الأوقات. Please note down the time of your presentation. These have been put on the notice board outside the auditorium and also put on the screen. When the teams start presenting, we request the next team to be ready and occupy the seats in the first row on my right-hand side. يرجى أيضا تدوين وقت عرض العروض التقديمية الخاصة بكم. تم وضعها على اللوحات الخارج القاعة وتم وضعها أيضا على الشاشات. بمجرد أن تبدأ الفرق في التقديم، نطلب من فريق التالي أن يكون جاهزا ويشغل مقاعد في الصف الأول على جانبي الأيمن. Let us now begin with the first presentation for the first topic for today. Water security and food security, are they correlated? Our first presentation of the day is University of Sharjah. نبدأ الآن عروض تقديمية للموضوع الأول لهذا اليوم الذي يترابط مع الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي. عرضنا الأول لهذا اليوم وهي من جامعة الشارقة. The next team will be presenting Higher College of Technology, so please be ready. الفريق القادم سيكون من كليات التقنيات العليا، إذا كونوا مستعدين.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. We are here today from Sharjah University to present you with the topic of today. It's going to be food security and water security and how they correlated. We're going to take you through the problem, through a journey, the journey of the flow of the energy from the supplier to the end user. And we're going to explain that through a story. Hopefully, I'm going to be your narrator. And
My name is Maha, and I'm going to be the consumer.
My name is Bdur, and I will be the chef.
My name is Rand, and I'll be the farmer.
And my name Kauthar, and I will be water distributor.
so let's fast forward to the year 2050. And this year, the population just exceeded 9.7 billion. And 70% of the population live in urban areas, which is affecting the energy, the food, and the water resources tremendously. 40% of which accounts to about 2 billion people, are living with water stress problems. And today we're going to start with our consumer that's going to tell us.
Hello, good morning, Badur. How are you?
Hello, Maha. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Listen, I'm having a house gathering tomorrow, and I'm inviting 40 people over. I'd like to order 20 plates of haris from you.
20 plates? Are you sure?
Yes, please.
Okay, but I'll have to check my pantry to see if I need to restock.
Okay, and what about the price?
Well, for the price, let me calculate it. This will be it.
Oh, this is too much. I used to pay way less.
Yeah, but everyone's increasing their prices every day. Resources are scarce and prices are getting higher.
Okay, I would still like to place it though.
Okay, I'll call you back later to confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Rand. How are you?
Oh, chef, it's been a long time. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? So I got a big order today and I need some ingredients. I need some wheat, lamb meat, and butter.
Wait until I check.
How's the farm been going on lately? I heard you brought in new cows last week.
New cows, I can barely afford the chicken. And the farm isn't going well as it used to be. Everything's getting harder.
Really? Why is that? What's wrong?
Oh, they're cutting the water every now and then, and this is making my job really challenging.
I've been facing the same thing in my restaurant actually. Water's barely coming out of the tap. Did you try calling the water company?
No, but you know what? It's time to.
This is Kauthar from the water company. How can I help you?
Hello, Kauthar. This is Ren speaking, and I'm calling to complain about the water outage that I've been facing last several days in my farm.
Oh, we are really sorry, but there is a lot of things we can do right now.
Oh, how come? Do you know this is affecting food security?
We are in a period of global water deficiency. We can't do anything.
So you can do nothing?
No, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You seem upset. What did they tell you?
They told me that they can do nothing, and everyone's facing the same.
Well, that's unfortunate. How about my ingredients? Can I get them? I'm in a hurry.
Well, I have your ingredients, but you may not like the prices.
Why is that? Can't you at least give me a discount? I'm your old customer.
Well, I would love to help, but you know, everything's getting expensive these days.
Okay, thank you. I'll look in another farm.
Have a good day.
Hello, is this Miss Maha with me?
Yes, hello, hi Badur.
I'm calling about your order. 20 plates of haris, right?
Yes, please.
Well, unfortunately, the farm couldn't restock me, so I will not be able to fulfill the order.
Oh, why is that? Because I promised my guests they're going to be trying the best haris in town.
They have some water issues and they can't grow any crops. By the way, how many guests did you tell me you have? 40, right?
Yes, 40.
Well, in this case, I think I can make you 5 plates. That will be enough for your guests.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure. 20 plates was too much. Most of it was going to waste anyway.
Okay, then. I'll have 5 large plates instead.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And with this, we ended our play. The flow of energy from farm to fork is what we call a footprint. And the water footprint looks at the direct use of water by the individuals, as well as the indirect use from the supply chain till the product meets the end user.
And as we've seen in the play, food security and water security are hand by hand related to each other, since water is needed from the first beginning through agriculture, which uses 70% of global water supplies. and much of that is being wasted due to leaky pipes and inefficient irrigation techniques. So, improvements and conservations must be done to increase the agricultural production by 2050. And in addition, we should change and control our behaviors toward food, since different kinds of food may consume more water than others. We have the beef, for example, consuming water a lot than other alternatives. What I want to say is that food security and water security must be balanced.
So in this diagram shows water security, food security, and energy security, and the relationship between each other, and the effects of climate change, population growth, and governability on them. And to give an example, water is needed and so important to support a lot of things, such as drinking water, food production, and also water needed for produce energy.
Okay, now what about the community's role in this? The community consists of consumers, have a huge role in the instability of food and water security. Consumers have many goods and services available for them to use, but unfortunately, they lack consumer sustainability and consumer awareness. They tend to overspend, they tend to overconsume without having any regards to the harm that they're causing. Therefore, they should be more aware of their footprint. They should be able to manage their consumption better, and they should raise awareness to others as well through different platforms such as education, which is the most important one, through attending conferences and workshops, and many more.
So to develop a solution, we need to think about, it's mostly behavioral. That's what we saw in the stories. So we have to adjust, make the people like change their bad behaviors, which is the wasting, and to put more incentives in sustainability, in recycling, and using less consuming crops, or consuming more less consuming crops. Some of that could be simplifying the terms that we use as environmentalists to convey the message between us and the public, to make the vision more clearer to the people. And some of the problems are, they can be as addressing the biggest companies, such as water bottling companies. They use so much of the water and goes to waste, and that can be addressed as well. Some of we can use other innovative solutions, such as cloud seeding, or what's happening with the UAE now. They're trying to pull an iceberg from the South Pole. That could be some of the solution that can be lessening the stressors on the system itself. So we're gonna just say this quote, which is we thought very relevant to the story we told today. The beginning of greatness is to be different, and the beginning of failure is to be the same. And that's for us to be more open-minded and thinking out of the box.
Okay, now before we end our presentation, we would like to show you a short video and a message to the audience and everyone watching. We want you to give Earth a chance to keep producing food and water before it's too late.
Thank you guys very much for listening, and that would be it for today.
Thank you.
And now, Higher College of Technology will be presenting. And next is American University of Sharjah, so please be ready. العرض الآن من فريق كلية التقنيات العليا، والفريق القادم هو من الجامعة الأمريكية بالشارقة، لذا كونوا على أتمة الاستعداد. شكرا.
After we do the scenario, the clip will start. Okay?
Noura, after a few years, they are saying that we will have a lack of water. What we are going to do?
Mira, don't worry. I think they will have some solution and they will talk about it in the news. Let's watch the news together.
Welcome to Daily News Report, where we discuss different global issues every day. My name is Noura, and I'll be your reporter for today. Food and water security is a very huge issue that we are all facing. It is a very serious issue that we should all think about to avoid suffering in the future. In the meantime, let's look at our report that may illustrate to you more information about this issue.
Somalia, where hundreds of thousands of people, many trapped by conflict, are facing extreme hunger and death after the worst drought in 40 years. Yemen is at risk of the worst famine the world has seen in decades. Western support has led to soaring unemployment, with many unable to feed their families or even to heat their homes.
I am sick. Please help me.
Where does it hurt?
It hurts here.
In order to discuss this serious issue, the United Nations Intergovernmental held a conference yesterday. Let's see what it's all about.
Good morning and welcome to this meeting, which is a deliberation. Good morning and welcome to this meeting, which is a deliberation on food and water security. Life on Earth depends on the land we walk on, the soil where we grow our food, and the fresh water we use. All seems unlimited, yet everything has its limits. The climate is getting warmer and water is becoming scarce. Over 10% of our world population lives in countries with extreme high critical water crises, while more than 33% of our soil has been degraded. We are stretching our resources to a point of no return. In order to sustainably manage our land, soils, and waters, we need to work together. Data collection, policy improvement, and increased investments are crucial to achieve more efficient, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we're here in this conference to work with each other and find new advanced solutions and policies that may help countries to find a solution to this issue. I'm Fatma Hamadi, the president of this conference, and I'm initiating this conference in the hope of gaining information from the countries represented here. Ms. Mira Al-Marzouki, the United Arab Emirates representative. Can you tell us how the United Arab Emirates is dealing with this issue?
Good morning. I am Mira Al-Marzouki, the representative of the United Arab Emirates. It is undeniable that the UAE has one of the most comprehensive plans in the world, but it can even improve its relations and sustainability. As a desert country with no water and arable land, UAE faced a lot of challenges. As it part of its National Food Security Strategy 2051, UAE aims to achieve zero hunger by providing nutrients and sufficient food through all the world. During COVID-19 pandemic, UAE faced a significant challenge since 18 to 19% of its food. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mira, for your inputs. Let's move to Ms. Noura Al-Bloushi, the representative of GCC countries.
Good morning, everyone. I am Noura Al-Bloushi, the GCC representative. As a whole, GCC countries rank among the most food secure, which considers availability, affordability, and quality of food security. The global outbreak of COVID-19 has disrupted food supplies, but the GCC government have taken immediate steps to preserve food security. As part of this effort, local farmers have been helped to increase their productivity. Imports have been facilitated and supply chain have been reinforced. By implementing leading agriculture practices that are already used elsewhere, government and GCC have increased the local food supply. Crops grown in vertical stacks, genetically modified crops, desert agriculture, seawater farming, precision agriculture, and urban farming are all examples of such practices that will help us to achieve food and water security. Thank you, everyone, for having me on this conference.
Thank you, Noura. The representative of Finland, Ms. Jawahar Al-Bastaki, will be the next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Jawahar Al-Bastaki, the representative of Finland. As many of you know, Finland has the highest food security in the world. I would like to highlight few of our strategies that played key making Finland food secure. Finland supports farmer organizations and promotes secure agricultural research. Furthermore, Finland also supports access to food value chains, the marts, and produce access. We also the developing countries' agricultural growth and related value chains. Annually, the government determines the focus areas of the thematic programs. Food is one of the programs. In 2019, food was launched. The goal of the fostering sustainable, healthy, and climate-neutral food system, people, organizations, technologies, and environment, and other production aspects, as well as biodiversity, constitute food system. Food program comprises the projects. The main project is the Multa project, which is a shortcut of multi-benefit solutions, climate-smart agriculture. Specifically, it focuses on knowledge gaps regarding carbon sequestration and practices that enhance the process, and how the climate-smart politics and they implemented on farms. For the purpose of climate and other policies and markets, the agency will develop methodology verifying carbon sequestration and climate impacts. Then, it will look at the policies and the agency of the food system, climate policy, and the society in general. This improves productivity, enhances soil health, and increases biodiversity, resiliency, and food quality, and the retention of nutrients and water, leading the food security. Thank you for the opportunity offered to speak over this conference.
Ms. Jawahar, thank you so much for your contributions. Let's move on to Ms. Noura, the representative of Ireland.
Good morning, other countries. As Ireland's representative, I'm happy to share with you what our country has been doing regarding this area. Despite our 4.7 million population, we produce enough meat and dairy to feed almost 35 million people. We also export half of our food supply to other countries, and other nations must achieve that level of productivity if our world's food crisis is to be solved. According to Ireland's international development policy, A Better World, climate change poses a threat to achieving the sustainable development goals and to combat poverty. May I draw all of your attention to the Origin Green program we have in Ireland. This works on a national scale to connect between the public sectors, businesses, and the entire food supply chain. Throughout the country, over 100 independent auditors engage on farms as part of these programs. As part of the sustainability criteria, greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity, water use, energy efficiency, soil management, and socioeconomic factors are also measured and monitored. And throughout our farmers' feedback report, Origin Greens offers a particular guidance and advice to farmers on how to become more sustainable. Besides, Ireland also seeks to assist low-income countries in reducing the environmental impact of their architectural systems while encouraging wholesome sustainability-produced foods. It promotes a sustainable food system approach, supports agri-food innovation, and expands the production of nutrient-dense foods, while encouraging the knowledge transfer and investment by collaborating with the food and architectural industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noura. It was a pleasure to have the United Arab Emirates, GCC, Finland, and Ireland to participate in our conference. I really like your solutions, the innovative solutions that you have given me, like the agriculture practices from the GCC countries, or the National Food Security Strategy 2051 from the United Arab Emirates. Even the Malta project from Finland. It was very innovative. And we should not forget the Origin Green project, which had many notable successful outcomes. Thank you so much for attending this meeting. I declare this conference to be over.
Higher College of Technology, please respect. Please take your tables and chairs to the backstage and don't push it so it may make a scratch on the floor, please. Don't push the chairs, please. So now, American University of Sharjah will be presenting. And next is Ras Al Khaimah College of Medical Science. So please be ready. العرض الآن من فريق من جامعة الشارقة من الجامعة الأمريكية بالشارقة، والعرض القادم من كلية رأس الخيمة للعلوم الطبية. إذا كونوا مستعدين.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So today, my team and I, coming from the American University of Sharjah, we're going to be presenting about water and food security and the correlated. So firstly, let us start by defining what food and water security is. Food and water security is ensuring regular access to healthy and enough food and water through physical and economical means. So, therefore, food and water security must be correlated because they are the essence of survival. And more specifically, water is the key to food security. Without water, we would not be able to carry on irrigation practices in order to produce food by agriculture to sustain our basic needs. Now, let us begin by pinpointing the prevailing challenges that the UAE is facing in terms of food and water security. For instance, there is a limited supply of arable land, and also the UAE suffers from water security and dependence on water scarcity and dependence on desalination processes to supply water to its nation. Moreover, the UAE is highly resilient on imported food, and in fact, 90% of food in the UAE is being imported. Now, to the potential challenges faced by the UAE, one of the major issues is that the UAE has a growing population. For instance, the UAE's current population of 9.99 million people is projected to reach 11.5 million people by 2025. Another issue is the consumption of food is anticipated to grow by 2.3% to reach 52.4 million metric tons by 2025, thereby causing a threat to food and water security in the UAE. So, in order to make sure that food and water security is maintained, solution strategies has been adopted, such as the National Food Security Strategy, in which the UAE aims to achieve zero hunger by ensuring adequate access to food all year throughout the world. And also another approach is the use of implementation of UAE food banks, in which it aims to distribute food to those who need it while preventing food waste. Other approaches include food tech challenges and food security research platform, and these are implemented in order to eradicate the threat to food and water security.
Okay, so this was, okay, so this was the national access. Let's extend it to the regional access of food and water security. Now, the Arab region has a very uneven distribution of resources. For example, let's look at the proportion of populations to those who are able to access safely managed water. So in Kuwait, it's 100%. In Bahrain, it's 99%, whereas in Lebanon, it's only 48%. Okay. In addition, the region continues to face, the Arab region is one of the most water-scarce regions in the world. Around 362 million people experience water scarcity to absolute scarcity. Absolute scarcity can include low agriculture productivity, limited economic resources, and many more examples. So what are the consequences of having low water security? Okay. It can lead to other challenges that already exist in the Arab region. For example, having low food security. It can lead to deterioration of the human health and living conditions. And also, it leads to many people, specifically children, facing the risk of undernourishment. Now let's take the example of the pandemic. Now, of course, we all know that the best way to prevent the spread of this disease is by washing your hands and maintaining hand hygiene. However, since many people in the Arab region were unable to access basic hand washing facilities, their COVID cases went up, and therefore it affected their food production, it affected their health, and it affected their overall way or their overall conditions of the region.
Okay. So moving on to the global access to food and water security, around 222 million people in 52 countries are likely to face food insecurity and water insecurity. Over 795 million people face chronic hunger every day. Around 30% of the world's food produce, which is 1.3 billion tons, are wasted or lost every day. Oh, in terms of water insecurity, the numbers are not less. So, water security is affected by changes in rainfall patterns, rising in temperatures, using water for industrial and agricultural purposes, which destroys water imbalance. Well, moving on to the solutions, we need to ensure that we have good data. Well, there are some, like hydrological maps, satellite data, but they don't show what happens inside the ground. Well, secondly, the United Nations Agricultural Organization Food Insecurity Scale and Household Water Insecurity Scale are the two most prominent measures by which we can measure individual food and water scarcity.
Okay, so similar to food and water security being correlated together, the Sustainability Development Goals are also in a way in alignment and are correlated with the food and water sustainability and its access and basically access throughout different geographical parameters. Now, some of the previously mentioned food and water Sustainability Development Goals includes clean water, zero hunger, climate action, and much more as the list goes on. In pursuit to such goals, the UAE in particular is indulged in various activations and initiatives towards enhancement of its food and water sustainability. The city of Dubai exhibits local laws in providing a legal framework for the protection and management of groundwater resources. Moreover, Dubai implemented groundwater policy that provides a clear policy direction on the sustainable management of groundwater for the benefit of the people of the Emirate. In addition, the UAE is turning to an innovation-driven security strategy that enables it to be more self-sufficient in feeding its population. This was done through embracing cutting-edge agricultural technologies as both a key pillar to its food security agenda and an important component of its economic diversification strategy. Such initiatives aim to provide a safe and steady supply of food in which the UAE has already proven to exhibit improvements in it and is proven to be successful during the coronavirus period, in which it was being spared from the worst effects, which is thanks in part to emergency food stockpiles put in place as part of the national food security strategy. Lastly, we would like to simply mention a case study in which events in the world would affect food and water security in different countries, and this case would be the case of the Russian-Ukrainian war. And I would like to ask you for your opinion, by show of hands, how many of you think that this event or this war negatively affected the access to food and water? And you guys are correct. It did negatively affect it, in which it reduced the normal levels of access to food and water in those countries. And by this, we would like to thank you very much for your valuable attention.
So the next team will be Ras Al Khaimah College of Medical Science. And please, Heriot Watt University Dubai is next, so please be ready.
Hunger is non-negotiable. People eat to live. Some of us live to eat. Food brings people together. And yet, in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, to a hungry man, a piece of bread is the face of God. Water security and food security, two essential components of life. But are they connected? With this, we begin.
First, let us know what is food security. It is defined as having nutritional food that is stable and it is accessible to every individual. And there are four main domains for food security, starting with availability, which is addressing the supply side of food security, and it is managed by the level of food production and how well the sources are managed. For example, decline in farm sizes, poor soil management, the imbalance between food production and demand, all are factors affecting the availability of food. Then we have to ask, is everyone in the country or the region have access to this food? Because having the food available at a national level does not guarantee that everyone will have access to it. And by that, it's influenced by the unequal distribution and poverty. Then we have utilization, which is understood as the sufficient nutrients and energy that can be get from the food, that can our body get from this food. And for that, our food sources must be suitable nutritionally for every diet and culture. And most importantly, do we have an enough food source for the future? And for stability to be achieved, we have to have a long-term management for other three main domains. Stability can be threatened by what we know as the extreme events. And one of these recent events is the COVID pandemic, where not only the underdeveloped countries, but also the developed countries that known to be food secured, like the US, faced a period of food insecurity at this time. Extreme events can induce, spread, or even prolong food insecurity. Of such event, we have climate changes, economic shock, pest and epidemic diseases.
According to the FAO of the United Nations, 811 million people faced hunger in 2020. In the next year, an additional 17 million faced hunger. This is a huge number. According to an article in One Earth, it states that food systems need to be more resilient. Why? Because 32 threats have been identified. But what's the number one cause of food insecurity? That is water insecurity. You might ask, why water insecurity? Well, let me take you on a journey from farm to fork. Water is consumed at every single stage, from production to handling to processing and to transport. At the level of production, we use water to grow the plants and feed the livestock. The water footprint per kilogram of one animal is 7 to 8 times more than that of a crop. At the level of handling, we use water to wash the crops and maintain the hygiene of the livestock. Heating, cooling, and storing the food also requires water. For traveling a distance of 1 mile, 3/4 of a gallon of water is used as a source of fuel.
So let's put it in numbers that you can better understand. How much water do you think it takes to make a single burger? 2 liters of water? 10 liters of water? Thank you. After we break it up, we figure out that it takes about a total of 2,500 liters of water to make a single burger. What does that mean? That's around 80 days worth of bath water, or 12,500 cups of water. That is a huge amount of water. And yet, at the end of this entire process, at the end of making this burger, 1/3 of all the food that we produce ends up wasted. For the more money-minded people, that's $1 trillion worth of food wasted each and every year.
Let me take you on some points of why we face problems in today's world in securing water. First of all, our water sources, they're depleting. The flow of 2/3 of 242 rivers have been disrupted due to climate change and due to human activities. Second, lack of water infrastructure and poor water management is something African countries are facing till this day. Well, let's say water is available, but It's not usable. Why? Because of discharge of untreated municipal, agricultural, and industrial wastewater.
The UAE has tried to come up with a solution for its water crisis by desalination plants, where they have opened 70 major plants across the Emirates, and they are planning to make them solar-powered to save more on pollution. But will water be secure? What if we, for example, what if we get an oil spill? Then the whole plant system has to be shut down. So it's not only necessary to have desalination plants, but also to have water storages.
With globalization, people are moving towards more lavish lifestyle, which puts more burden on the food, demand and the variety. So who will be spared from food and water crisis? The rich, the poor? Actually, no one.
So what can we do about it? Our goal is to increase the number of crops per drop of water. So our first solution is more of a biological approach. It's through genetics. See, this is rice, and you all know what rice is. Rice is one of the most important food sources in the world. And you're wondering, why am I talking about rice? Why do we need to change rice? Well, we are approaching it in a way called crisis food modification. And what we intend to do, so farmers around the world actually have problems with fertilizers and the cost of fertilizers. So instead, what we could do is incorporate the roots of plants that already fertilize themselves, so it will cut down the costs for farmers. Second, we need to increase the fortification of our rice. And this already exists as iron-fortified rice. However, people dependent on these food sources often suffer from deficiencies such as scurvy. So instead, what we could do is fortify our rice with another vitamin, like vitamin C, not only increasing the resilience of our crops, but also increasing its nutritious value.
Next, we go to crop farming methods. So in order to reduce the amount of water that is used in farming, communities around the world have come up with small-scale irrigation system, where we use drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation or surface irrigation. The next is precision farming. This is where we use technology like artificial intelligence and satellites and drones to check the efficiency of the land and also to monitor the crop growth, so that if a crop is not growing well, we stop it at that level to prevent further water wastage. Netherlands, which has only 20% of its total land which is arable, uses this technology to overcome its limitations. Lastly is the vertical farming, which is very common in UAE. Vertical farming is where you stack food grow food one on top of the other using hydroponics. So what's the use of this kind of farming? The main thing is that it uses very little amount of water, and you can grow in shorter amount of time, and also the productivity is very much higher compared to any other type of farming.
So, environmental tax. Many food companies have huge wastages each and every year. So, businesses that work towards better utilization and better production of their resources should benefit, and those subpar should be made aware of their shortcomings. An environmental tax would not only increase competition in the corporate world, but would also allow companies to create further innovations that will boost environmental and sustainability.
Organizations aim to help countries by sending them food, but this doesn't secure their food on periodic basis. Instead, they should send farming tools for the country to reach their demands.
Lastly, having key roles and having strategies and goals, to play a key role to secure food and water. And like how the UAE aims to be the #1 country at the Global Food Security Index, other countries must also have such determination.
So at the end, is food and water security correlated? Yeah, it is correlated. And we have to set our systems in place so that in the world, never again will a disaster ever have to affect a single person's sustenance. And with that, I'll leave you with this, is that food security is our responsibility, and only we can secure our future. Thank you.
And now, we'll have Heriot White University, Dubai campus. So please join the stage. And next is University of Nizwa. So please be ready.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone present here. We are from Heriot White University, Dubai, from the School of Max. My name is Sanjana, this is Fatima, Chandrasekhar and Neola. Today we'll be presenting on the topic, water security and food security. Are they correlated? What is water security? Water security basically means less water for consumption. Water security has been a major constraint in socio-economic development since the late 1990s. In 1980s, it attracted a lot of public attention and political attention for its research. Why so? It's because of the usage of water. We only have 3% of water which is fresh, in which only 1% is fresh water, which is available in terms of the groundwater. 2% is in the form of frozen water, which is in the Antarctica and Arctica in form of glaciers and icebergs. 97% of water is from the seas and oceans, which is salt water, which is not usable. Now let's see how water security affects our life.
As seen here, this is a water risk atlas highlighting regions with the highest risks of water scarcity. The UAE falls under one of the regions with the highest risks of water scarcity. Currently, the UAE gets most of its water by desalination of salted water, and the residue water is then used to water vegetation and the palms. Other countries in the Gulf have also been able to implement such good counteractive measures against water risk. For instance, Qatar has built the world's largest freshwater reservoir, holding up to 20 billion liters of water in one go. Now all countries in the Gulf have been able to reach such good counteractive measures. For instance, in Lebanon, a lot of the residents are unable to afford fresh, clean water. As one resident says, and I quote, "If I didn't pay for water from private companies, my taps would run dry."
Food scarcity is also a major issue. There isn't enough food to feed the entire world population as we recently crossed the 8 billion mark. Droughts, pests, moisture, these all are contributing factors for the same. But nature isn't the only one to be blamed for this. Government, public policy, humans are also to be blamed for this mess. But wait a minute, weren't we talking about water here earlier? With our planet being mostly surrounded by water bodies, 70% of it is primarily used for agriculture. That's over 2 quadrillion gallons of water, trillions of glasses of water. The more scarce our water becomes, the more pressure we are in securing our food for the future. It takes 1,650 liters to just produce a quarter patty of a hamburger. Imagine taking 3,300 of these bottles to irrigate an entire field of hay for feeding the cows, only to just get a very tiny platter on our plates. But being a non-vegetarian, however, isn't the root cause of water scarcity.
UAE, on the other hand, has combated and is still combating water scarcity by using desalinated water. For instance, other countries like China is unable to do so because it's expensive and time-consuming. China has one of the world's largest populations, so it's not able to do so. China's agriculture mainly depends on its irrigation, but due to water scarcity, it's unable to do it. Since the late 1990s, in the late 1990s, the second largest river in China, the Yellow River, dried up in 226 days. This caused a lot of pressure on the groundwater and degraded the quality of water. This map shows the China's atlas, and it has both quality and quantity induced water scarcity. The northern part suffers from quality and quantity induced water scarcity, whereas the eastern part suffers from quality induced water scarcity, and the western suffers from no water scarcity. This caused a major problem in the water scarcity of China, and it has been a major problem since the late 1990s.
One of the most affected continents is Africa. According to World Health Organization, 1 in 3 people in the African region suffer from water scarcity, and the situation is currently deteriorating because of certain factors such as population growth and urbanization. Around 278 million people in the African region suffer from chronic hunger, and the water level is going to reach dangerously high levels by 2025. The food and health crisis in this region and during the Horn of Africa movement is a shocking reality, and we do not have enough sources to fund this population. As rightly said, where drought leads, hunger is never far behind.
Another country that's facing water scarcity is Mexico. Now the question arises, how is a country with an abundance of fresh water running out of this fresh water, and how will this affect the livelihoods of the millions of residents currently residing? The water shortage is largely because of the inefficient use of the rainwater that comes every single year. Around 40% of their water is lost in leakages despite this shocking fact. The farmers and industrial workers relying on this water supply will lose their source of income and ultimately their food security.
UAE has had water scarcity in the past, but it's still combating it by using different means like desalination, rainwater harvesting from cloud seeding. So a lack of water is not directly the cause of lack of food, but it's correlated. It plays a great factor in the agriculture and economy of the country. Let's do our part today in conserving water. Save the planet 1 gallon at a time. It is the green movement. These are the references we have used. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we will have University of Nizwa joining virtually. So please wait till I inform you whenever to start. العدد القادم من جامعة نزوة من سلطنة عمان. So please share your screen and mute your mics and open your cameras. درجة من جامعة نزوة بدأ مشاركة شاشة وتشغيل الكاميرات جامعة نزوة يمكنكم مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرات. Please share your screen and open your mic. Also open your cameras. The next university will be جامعة آل البيت University. So please be ready. So for certain circumstances, we would like to have Al Bayt University from Jordan joining virtually. الآن نقدم إليكم جامعة آل البيت تقدم عرض بشكل افتراضي من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. So please, University آل البيت, open your mics and mute your mics please, and open your cameras and share your screen. جامعة آل البيت يرجى البدء في مشاركة الشاشة وتشغيل الكاميرات.
Hello, can we test the voice?
Yes, it's clear.
It's clear? Okay. So just a few seconds and our colleagues will start.
بإمكانكم سماعي؟
نعم.
مرحبا.
نعم نسمعك. نعم نسمعك. يمكنك بدء العرض. يمكنكم بدء العرض الآن. You can start your presentation. And please switch on your cameras before presenting. يرجى فتح الكاميرات قبل العرض. نراكم جيدا. نراكم جيدا. يمكنكم بدء العرض. شكرا.
مياهنا وغذاؤنا نحو أمن أو انعدام. في يوم من الأيام راودني حلم لا بل كابوس. كنت أشعر بالعطش فذهبت كالعادة لأخذ زجاجة مياه من الثلاجة.
جامعة آل البيت please show the screen and full screen please.
السكرين مش شغال. عندنا مبين مش واضح مش شغال.
يرجى عرض الشاشة كاملة. يمكنكم بدء العرض الآن. شكرا.
نعملها فول سكرين.
يمكنكم لو سمحتوا بس عرض الشاشة كاملة. نعم. نعم أوضح. شكرا جزيلا. يمكنكم بدء العرض الآن.
مياهنا وغذاؤنا نحو أمن أو انعدام. في يوم من الأيام راودني حلم لا بل كابوس. كنت أشعر بالعطش فذهبت كالعادة لأخذ زجاجة مياه من الثلاجة. لم أجد. فتحت صنبور المياه لم تنزل ولا حتى قطرة واحدة. يا إلهي لابد أن أبي قد نسي دفع فاتورة المياه. لا بأس سأخرج الآن لشراء بعض من زجاجات المياه لحين عودته. خرجت من المنزل وإذ بي أرى الكثير من الناس يحملون الدلاء والزجاجات الفارغة. في البداية لم أكترث وأكملت وجهتي إلى البقالة. بحثت عن ركن المياه. ما هذا؟ لماذا ركن المياه فارغ؟ خرجت من البقالة مسرعا. نظرت حولي بتمعن. وجدت الناس النباتات والحيوانات جميعهم في حالة يرثى لها. عدت إلى المنزل يائسا. كان صوت الأخبار في التلفاز مرتفعاً. جملة ستبقى المياه مقطوعة عن المدينة لمدة 3 أيام رنت في أذني. استيقظت مفزوعاً، أسرعت وفتحت صنبور المياه. الحمد لله، كان كابوساً. تذكرت قول الله تعالى: وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء حي. حينما خلق الله الأرض شاءت إرادته أن يكون ثلثا مساحتها من المياه، وأن يكون الماء أساس كل المخلوقات عليها من إنسان ونباتات وحيوانات. وإذا تحدثنا عن الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي فهما مرتبطان ارتباطاً وثيقاً، لا يمكن لأي منهما العمل بمنعزل عن الآخر، حيث أن الأراضي والتربة والموارد المائية هي المدخلات الرئيسية لإنتاج الأغذية.
إن توفر المصادر المائية للزراعة المستدامة من الأدوات الأساسية لتحقيق الأمن الغذائي، ولكن هناك العديد من العوامل التي من الممكن أن تحد من تحقيق هذه التنمية.
الموارد المائية،
تغير المناخ،
الزيادة السكانية،
تقلص الأراضي الزراعية.
إن أكثر من 97% من المياه التي تغطي سطح الكرة الأرضية هي مياه مالحة، وما نسبته 3% هي مياه عذبة فقط. هل لكم أن تتخيل أن هناك 750 مليون شخص من العالم لا يحصلون على حاجتهم الأساسية من المياه؟ تضم منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا بنحو 6% من سكان العالم، و2% وأقل من 2% من موارده المائية، حيث أن شمال إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط هي المنطقة الأشد ندرة على مستوى العالم في المياه، حيث يعيش سكانهما في مناطق تعاني من مستوى حاد من المياه. إن نصيب الفرد في الشرق الأوسط لا يتجاوز الاثنين. إن نصيب الفرد من المياه في الشرق الأوسط لا يتجاوز 500 مليون متر مكعب في السنة، أي أقل ب12 ضعفاً عن المتوسط العالمي البالغ 7000 متر مكعب سنوياً.
ومن ضمن الدول التي تعاني من ندرة الموارد المائية في الشرق الأوسط الأردن. يصنف الأردن كثاني أفقر دولة على مستوى العالم من حيث موارده المائية، بحيث توزعت نسب مصادره المائية كالتالي: 27% مياه سطحية، 59% مياه جوفية، 14% مياه صرف صحي. يتكون الأردن من 15 حوض ماء سطحي و12 حوض ماء جوفي، 10 أحواض منها مستنزفة، وتتعرض للضخ الجائر بكميات كبيرة يفوق معدلات التغذية الطبيعية.
وبحديثنا عن مصادر المياه في الأردن، فبالتأكيد إن مياه الأمطار هي التي تغذي هذه المصادر. تصل كميات هطول الأمطار في المملكة إلى 8884 مليون متر مكعب في السنة. 485 مليون متر مكعب منها يغذي المياه الجوفية، 245 مليون متر مكعب منها يتمثل بالجريان السطحي، يفقد منها 8154 مليون متر مكعب بالتبخر. كما نرى تشير بيانات مراقبة المياه الجوفية على المدى الطويل لطبقات المياه الجوفية الرئيسية في المملكة إلى انخفاض هذه المستويات بمعدل مترين، وقد يصل هذا الانخفاض إلى أضعافه سنوياً. إن سبب هذا الانخفاض هو الضخ الجائر الذي تبلغ كمياته 200 مليون متر مكعب سنوياً.
وبالتأكيد آن الأردن من تداعيات التغيرات المناخية، لكنه لم يكن مسببا فيها، وكما هو معروف بأن الدول الصناعية الكبرى هي صاحبة الأثر الأكبر في إحداث هذا الخلل في توازن الطبيعة. إن العالم أجمع يعاني من آثار التغيرات المناخية، ولعل من أبرز آثار التغيرات المناخية هو انخفاض معدلات الهطول المطري وزيادة معدلات التبخر بفعل ارتفاع درجات الحرارة.
المناخ هو من أهم العوامل التي تؤثر على القطاع الزراعي، مما له أثر على النباتات والتربة. وأيضا يؤثر في التغيرات المناخية الجودة الإنتاج الزراعي.
في ال10 سنوات الأخيرة ارتفع عدد السكان من 6.6 مليون نسمة إلى 11 مليون نسمة، وذلك بسبب الهجرات القسرية من الدول المجاورة وزيادة نسبة النمو الطبيعي للسكان. أصبح نصيب الفرد من الموارد المائية ينخفض تدريجياً على مر السنوات إلى أن وصل إلى أقل من 100 متر مكعب في السنة.
وكان السبب الرئيس في ازدياد الضخ الجائر واستنزاف الخزانات الجوفية في الأردن هو ازدياد معدلات النمو السكاني خلال العقود الأخيرة.
فمنذ عام 1945 زادت المساحات العمرانية داخل العاصمة عمان بمقدار 30 ضعفا، وتطورت مساحتها العمرانية من 4.4 كيلومتر مربع إلى 144 كيلومتر مربع عام 1994، ورافق هذا التطور انخفاض في نسبة الأراضي الزراعية والذي بلغ حجمه 82 كيلومتر مربع.
وبالمقابل أشارت إحصائيات وزارة الزراعة منذ عام 1997 إلى عام 2017 إلى تناقص مساحات الأراضي الزراعية في الأردن بنسبة 46.6%.
ومع تراجع نسب الأراضي الزراعية في المملكة هناك تراجع في الأمن الغذائي لبعض الأسر، حيث أن 5.7% من أسر المملكة مهددة بانعدام الأمن الغذائي، و17% من الأسر الغير آمنة غذائياً تتلقى مساعدات غذائية. وبالرغم من ذلك يسعى الأردن جاهداً لحماية سكانه من انعدام الأمن الغذائي وضمان الحصول على إمدادات غذائية آمنة ومستقرة وبجميع الأوقات، حيث أطلق الأردن الاستراتيجية الوطنية للأمن الغذائي التي تهدف بحلول عام 2030 إلى
توفر إمكانية الحصول على الغذاء على المستوى الفردي والوطني والشخصي،
تعزيز استقرار الغذاء والاستخدام الأمثل له، وتعزيز حوكمة الأمن الغذائي.
أن ساهمت الإجراءات التي اتخذتها الأردن في تقدم المملكة في مجال الأمن الغذائي على مستوى العالم، حيث تقدمت المملكة إلى المرتبة 49 عالمياً في عام 2021 مقارنة بالمرتبة 62 في عام 2020.
إن المياه والغذاء عناصر متضافرة، وما يهدد إحداها سيهدد العنصر الآخر، فلإنتاج الغذاء لا بد من توفير المياه. هذه العلاقة المتشابكة تزداد حدة مع مرور الوقت نتيجة لزيادة الطلب على الموارد ومع ازدياد عدد السكان وتغير أنماط الاستهلاك وتغير المناخ. الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي عنصران يتطلبا الأهمية ويستحقا أن يكونا على رأس الأولوية الوطنية والإقليمية والعالمية. مياه نعم.
The next presentation is University of نزوة. العرض القادم جامعة نزوة من سلطنة عمان. Please be ready. Open your mics and mute your mics. Open your cameras and share screen. And I will tell you whenever you start. يمكنكم مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرات، وسأعلمكم متى يمكنكم البدء إن شاء الله. Yes. Please, judges, just be note, this university now, University of Nizwa.
Can we start now?
نعم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام.
هل يمكنكم التوقف جامعة نزوة؟
حضورنا الكرام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
جامعة نزوة، هل يمكنكم التوقف؟ هل يمكنكم التوقف قليلا؟ هل يمكنكم مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرات؟
الكاميرا مفتوحة.
انتظروا قليلا.
هو راح يقفل.
نعم، نراكم بوضوح، يمكنكم البدء الآن. نعم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام أعضاء لجنة التحكيم، حضورنا الكرام، فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. هما سراء الحياة التي لا يستطيع أن يعيش بدونهما أي كائن على وجه الأرض، فبدونهما تنعدم الحياة وتفنى الكائنات، ألا وهما الماء والغذاء. فنحن فريق من سلطنة عمان ممثلي جامعة نزوى سنتطرق في التحدث عن محاور عدة. أولاً تعريف الأمن المائي والغذائي، مشكلات الماء والغذاء، وأيضاً حلول مشكلات المياه والحلول لمشكلات الغذاء. في القرن 21 الذي يصفه المحللون بأنه عصر مشكلات الطاقة والغذاء، فإن هناك تحديات كثيرة مرتبطة بالماء والغذاء، فإن دل على شيء دل على أهمية الأمن المائي والغذائي في هذا القرن، حيث أننا يمكننا تعريف الأمن المائي على أنه الاكتفاء الذاتي لمصادر المياه، وقدرة الدولة وقدرة الحكومة على توزيعها لكافة الناس. أما من ناحية الأمن الغذائي فهو الاكتفاء الذاتي لمصادر الغذاء وفي الدولة وقدرة الحكومة على توزيعها لكافة الناس، إذ أن هدفنا لهذا اليوم هو الحفاظ على الثروات المائية والغذائية في أنحاء العالم وتوزيعها بصورة عادلة. كما نعلم أن العالم عنده مشكلات والغذاء. سأتطرق بداية لمشكلات الماء. بداية يعاني العالم من الجفاف. الجفاف هو ندرة الأمطار، وذلك بسبب ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، مما يؤدي إلى غازات الدفيئة، وبالتالي يؤدي لدينا إلى الجفاف. فمن مشكلات أيضا الجفاف يؤدي بسبب ارتفاع درجات الحرارة ويؤدي إلى الحرارة. فما يقارب 28% من الأراضي حسب منظمة الأمم المتحدة للأغذية والزراعة أنها تعاني من الجفاف، وتؤدي إلى الحرائق بحلول عام 2050. الاستهلاك العالي للمياه، وذلك بسبب زيادة عدد السكان، فقد زاد استهلاك الفرد في القرن 21 إلى 6 مرات من السابق، وذلك بسبب زيادة عدد السكان والأنشطة البشرية المختلفة في المجال الاقتصادي. تلوث المياه الصالحة للشرب، وذلك بسبب دخول مواد غريبة إلى المياه فتصبح غير صالحة للاستخدام البشري، منها استخدام المبيدات الحشرية، وأيضا طرح المصانع للنفايات في المياه. أيضا تملح المياه، وهي مشكلة كبرى تعاني منها المناطق الساحلية بسبب استنزاف المياه الجوفية عن طريق السحب العميق بالأجهزة الانتفاعية. كما نعلم أن الغذاء مرتبط بالماء، فمن أهم مشكلات الغذاء ارتفاع تكلفة الإنتاج أو ما يقال غلاء الإنتاج. ففي السنوات الأخيرة في سبتمبر في عام 2021 ارتفعت أسعار الغذاء بما يقارب 38.8% حسب مؤشرات منظمة الأمم المتحدة للطعام، وذلك من خلال ارتفاع سعر الأعلاف مثل ما جرى في إسبانيا، فقل الإنتاج في تلك البلاد. الفجوة الغذائية، وما نقول الفجوة الغذائية عدم تناسب كمية الغذاء المنتج مع عدد السكان، مما يؤدي إلى نقص الغذاء وحصول مشكلة المياه. عدم أو الاكتفاء على دول معينة في الغذاء والاعتماد على دول معينة في الغذاء، فبعض الدول تعتمد على دول معينة في الحصول على غذائها وهو الاستيراد وعدم الإنتاج المحلي. الانخفاض في كمية ونوعية المنتجات الزراعية، وخاصة تعاني منها الدول النامية بسبب الآفات الزراعية والكوارث التي تحصل فيها. أيضا السلوكيات الغذائية، ما رأيت إسرافا إلا وبجانب حق مضيع 1,300 مليون طن من الأغذية تهدر سنويا، بما يقارب هناك أيضا 750 مليون جائع حول العالم. زيادة استهلاك المواد الغذائية وذلك ارتفاع عدد السكان مما يؤدي إلى زيادة الطلب على المواد الغذائية. وأخيرا أن مستوى التغذية أو مستوى التقنية في الدول مثل الدول النامية لا توجد لديهم التكنولوجيا، ونحن الآن في عصر الثورة الصناعية. والآن سأتحدث أنا عن حلول مشاكل المياه. وأولا أبدأ بمشكلة على المستوى الوطني ألا وهي تبلد المياه الجوفية في شهر البطنة والجفاف. وتعد هذه المشكلة تحديا حقيقيا بحيث تؤثر على كل من الإنتاجية وقلة المحاصيل الزراعية وغيرها من الأمور. ذلك ومن أجل الحد من هذه المشكلة يجب علينا أولا أن تقليل استنزاف المياه الجوفية والبحث عن مصادر مياه جديدة غير تقليدية، وأيضا الحفاظ على ما تبقى من مياه جوفية بواسطة تعزيز كفاءة البنية التحتية بحيث تخدم إمدادات المياه من الحكومة باحتياجات المزارعين والشعب مع راعين لسعر الخدمة المقدمة. فهناك نسبة قد تقول أن ارتفاع ملوحة المياه يشكل نسبة 5% في بعض أجزاء سهل القاصنة، وهذه النسبة ما هي إلا دليل على وجوب تطبيق الحلول في أسرع وقت ممكن. أما عن مشكلة على المستوى الإقليمي تلوث المياه، نقص وسوء الرعاية، عدم القدرة على وصول المياه الجوفية والأرض، فإن منظمة الصحة العالمية أعلنت أن هناك أكثر من 12 شخص حول العالم محرومون من المياه النقية، بينما يوم 3.4 مليون شخص كل عام بسبب الأمراض الناتجة عن تلوث المياه. للحد من هذه المشكلة التي شاركوا في الحلول أولا إعادة تأهيل البنية التحتية للصرف الصحي، وأيضا تقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومالية من قبل المنظمات العالمية، الحكومات والجمعيات وغيرها التي تسمح لبعض الدول النامية بالاستفادة من الثروات المائية. أخيرا المشكلة على المستوى العالمي الاستهلاك العالي للمياه، فهناك نسبة تقول أن الاستخدام المتوسط سنويا 107,000 بارل من المياه، تهدر هذه المياه أمور غير ضرورية. لذلك يجب المستهلكين في الدول المتقدمة تشييد استهلاك المياه، تقليل استخدامها للأمور الضرورية، وأيضا نشر الوعي عن هذه الأمور في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي وضمان وصول هذه المصادر لجميع الأشخاص.
أما فيما يخص في مشاكل الغذاء فنبدأ على الصعيد الوطني. فسلطنة عمان لا تعاني أي مشاكل في الغذاء والماء، ولكن على أعتاب زيادة التضخم وأيضا تقرب العالم إلى حالة ركود اقتصادي، فقد تنتج هناك مشاكل جراء الاعتماد على الاستيراد. لذلك على سلطنة عمان أن تشدد على وتراقب الأسعار المستهلكة والتي تأتي من الواردات كما تفعل مصر، وأيضا عليها أيضا تعمل المنتج المحلي بحيث لا يكون سعره أعلى من سعر السوق من خلال جعل القطاع الخاص يستثمر في هذا القطاع الغذائي. أما في المشكلة على المستوى الإقليمي فالحروب والصراعات دائما ما تكون بمشاكل كثيرة. فعلى سبيل المثال الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية قامت بعدة مشاكل للدول الأفريقية، لأن الدول الأفريقية تعتمد على الواردات القمح بنسبة 20% من روسيا وأوكرانيا، لذلك على هذه الدول النامية المعتمدة على غيرها أن تقوم بتنمية قطاع الغذاء وأيضا استقبال المساعدات الإنسانية من الدول الأخرى. وأيضا بما يخص التضخم فكانت نسبة التضخم في عام 2019 هي 4.1 وتصاعدت هذه النسبة إلى 9.1. لذلك على الدول أن تقوم بتثبيت الأسعار وزيادة دخل الفرد. أما فيما يخص المشكلة على المستوى العالمي في احتكار السلع الغذائية بالشركات الكبرى قد ينتج عنها أن لا يكون المستهلك لديه خيارات أخرى متعددة الاستهلاك، فعلى هذه الدول أن ترفع قيود التصدير والتوريد وأيضا جعل المستهلك يصل إلى جميع المنتجات المتوفرة لدى العالم، ولذلك يتحقق الأمن الغذائي.
في الختام فإن موضوع الأمن المائي والغذائي موضوع بالغ الاهتمام ولا يسعنا ذكره في 10 دقائق فقط. هذا أتمنى أن قد وفقنا في اختيارنا لهذه المحاور. دمتم في حفظ الله ورعايته.
Ladies and gentlemen, We will have a short refreshment break for 20 minutes. I request you to please return your seats by 11:24 to ensure that we are on track for the day. 11:20. سيداتي وسادتي، سنحصل الآن على استراحة قصيرة لتناول المرطبات لمدة 20 دقيقة. أطلب منكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم بحلول الساعة 11:20 دقيقة. شكرا.
الأسماك لو قطعت كل سنة. للبيئة نهتم سويا، هيا بنا نتعاون، هيا في أي مكان في الدنيا، في
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن. لا هذا ليش واطي؟ يس I know. اي بس انت لما تقربين يصير اقوى. مسألة لو سمحت. تيست. وش افضل 3 مايكات بالصوت؟ لان احنا لاحظنا ان كان في كذا واحد صوته ما كان.
ليش؟ لانه ما يقربون المايك، انا كل مره اقول لهم قربون المايك. الحين قرب المايك.
احنا 3 بنات. في افضل. تيست. يعني لازم يكون المايك كذا.
ايه لازم بليز لو سمحتوا اتكلموا بعد زملائكم بليز خلي المايك كذا عشان لان في ناس اونلاين يتابعون فيسمعون الصوت.
اي تو في ناس اصواتهم مره نازله عن الفريق الثاني فانا حسبت ان المايك هو المشكله.
بالعكس انا اكلمهم والله بس
انا شفت كان يتكلم كذا. لا قربي اكثر. تست.
Welcome back. And before we continue with the topic, water security and food security, are they correlated? We will have a small performance by the students of Dubai National School البرشا. أهلا بكم من جديد. قبل أن نعاود الاستمرار في الموضوع، هل يترابط الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي؟ يشرفني ويسعدني أن أقدم لكم طلاب من مدرسة دبي الوطنية ليقدم لنا عرضا جميل. شكرا.
لو لوثنا
And now, I would like to remind you to take note of your presentation slot. We have some teams joining us virtually. I would like to remind the presenters to switch the cameras on and mute themselves and start sharing their screens. Please switch off your mobiles or put them in silent mode. Thank you. أود أن أذكركم بتدوين ملاحظكم بفتح العرض التقديمي. لدينا بعض الفرق التي تنضم إلينا افتراضيا. أود تذكير المقدمين بتشغيل كاميراتهم وكتم الصوت وبدء في مشاركة شاشاتهم. يرجى إيقاف تشغيل الهواتف المحمولة أو وضعها في الوضع الصامت. شكرا. The next team is Al-Qura University from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. العرض القادم من القرى جامعة القرى من المملكة العربية السعودية. So please be ready. I will let you know when to start. Please share your screen and mute your mic. وعليكم السلام.
الصوت واضح؟
نعم واضح.
الكاميرا؟
نعم واضح جدا. The next
ممكن أبدأ؟
1 minute. The next team will be University of Technology and Applied Science. So please be ready. العرض القادم من جامعة تكنولوجيا العلوم التطبيقية من سلطنة عمان. كن على هبة الاستعداد. جامعة القرى يمكنكم البدء الآن. شكرا.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد، يسرنا نحن طلاب جامعة القرى بكلية الهندسة قسم الهندسة البيئية أن نقدم عرضنا لهذا اليوم بعنوان هل يرتبط الأمن المائي بالأمن الغذائي؟ وننتقل الآن إلى المحتوى وأهم عناصر العرض. وسوف نتطرق في بداية عرضنا لهذا اليوم أولاً إلى المقدمة ومن ثم الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي، وبعد ذلك ارتباط الأمن المائي بالأمن الغذائي، وأخيراً الخاتمة. قضية الأمن المائي والتي تعرف على أنها مستوى مقبول من المخاطر المتعلقة بالبيئة على البشر والأنظمة البيئية، حيث يواجه ما يقدر بنحو 80% من سكان العالم مستوى عالي من الأمن المائي أو مخاطر التنوع البيولوجي المرتبطة بالمياه. وعلى مستوى الشرق الأوسط فقد أكد المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي سنة 2010 على نقص المياه والطاقة والغذاء. وفي الخليج العربي فنحن نعيش في منطقة شحيحة في مواردها المائية، وهذا يشكل تحديا كبيرا في تحقيق التوازن بين الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي. أما بما يخص المملكة العربية السعودية فقد اتخذت المملكة العربية السعودية العديد من الإجراءات لتحقيق التوازن بين الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي، ومن هذه الإجراءات إيقاف زراعة الأعلاف في المناطق التي تحتوي على مياه جوفية غير متجددة. وننتقل الآن إلى نشأة مفهوم الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي. نشأ مفهوم الأمن المائي سنة 1985 وكان يعرف بالإدارة المتكاملة للمياه. أما بما يخص مفهوم الأمن الغذائي فقد نشأ سنة 1974 وقد أنشأ هذا المصطلح المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي للأغذية. وننتقل الآن إلى موضوع الأمن المائي.
الأمن المائي شهد العقدين الماضيين اهتماما عالميا متزايدا بالحاجة إلى إدارة مستدامة للمياه والأراضي الزراعية. يمر الشرق الأوسط بأزمة مياه، حيث صنفت المملكة العربية السعودية ودول مجلس التعاون الخليجي من قبل الأمم المتحدة على أنها دول تعاني من ندرة المياه. فقط عمان تقع فوق حقبة ندرة المياه البالغة 500 متر مكعب للفرد سنويا. هناك 3 عوامل تؤثر على الأمن المائي، أولها زيادة عدد السكان، وبعد ذلك تغير المناخ والجفاف، وأخيرا قلة مصادر المياه. وفيما يتعلق بزيادة عدد السكان، يزداد عدد سكان العالم بمعدل 73 مليون نسمة تقريبا سنويا، فيزداد سحب المياه العذبة التي تضاعف منذ عام 1965 3 مرات. وبعد ذلك تغير المناخ والجفاف. بسبب زيادة درجات الحرارة قد تجف بعض الأنهار أو البرك كما شاهدنا في الفترة السابقة في بعض الدول الأوروبية. وأخيرا قلة مصادر المياه. نظرا لندرة الموارد المائية بالفعل ستكون مناطق الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا معرضة بشكل خاص لتأثيرات المناخ على الموارد المائية.
وفيما يخص الأمن الغذائي فالأمن الغذائي أهمية كبيرة، ويقصد بالأمن الغذائي حسب تعريف منظمة الأغذية والزراعة الدولية توفير الغذاء لجميع أفراد المجتمع بالكمية والنوعية اللازمتين للوفاء باحتياجاتهم بصورة مستمرة من أجل حياة صحية ونشيطة. الجدير بالذكر أن انعدام الأمن الغذائي والذي غالبا ما يكون متجذرا في الفقر يقلل من قدرة البلدان على تطوير أسواقها الزراعية واقتصاداتها. أهمية الأمن الغذائي: يعد الحصول على طعام مغذي عالي الجودة أمرا أساسيا لوجود الإنسان، كما أن تحقيق الأمن الغذائي يؤدي إلى تأثيرات إيجابية واسعة الإطار، ومنها: أولا النمو الاقتصادي وخلق فرص العمل، ثانيا الحد من الفقر، ثالثا زيادة الفرص التجارية، رابعا زيادة الأمن والاستقرار العالمي، خامسا وأخيرا تحسين الصحة والرعاية الصحية.
بعد أن تطرقنا للأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي سنتكلم الآن عن الارتباط بينهما. يرتبط الأمن المائي بالأمن الغذائي ارتباطا مباشرا بالقطاع الزراعي إنتاج الأغذية وتصنيعها. إن الضغوط المتزايدة على موارد الغذاء والمياه والتي تتأثر بعوامل مثل النمو السكاني وأيضا تغير المناخ، مثل هذه العوامل تهدد الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي العالمي. يتزايد عدد سكان العالم بسرعة كبيرة وسيصل في 2050 إلى ما يقارب 9 مليارات، وتزايد الاستهلاك البشري للمياه العذبة في العديد من المجالات من أهمها الزراعة وهي العامل الأساسي والصناعة إلى ما يقارب 6 أضعاف الاستخدام الحالي، مما يتطلب أن يتضاعف إنتاج الغذاء ولكن تبقى المياه والأراضي الصالحة للزراعة كما هي. وفي 25 سبتمبر 2015 حدد قادة العالم مجموعة من الأهداف والتي من خلال تحقيقها يتحقق القضاء على الأشكال المختلفة للفقر، وأيضا القضاء على عدم المساواة، وأيضا حماية الأرض، وأخيرا تحقيق الازدهار العالمي كجزء من برنامج 2030 للتنمية المستدامة. وبناء على النجاح الكبير الذي حققته الأمم المتحدة في الألفية الجديدة لاحت في الأفق استراتيجية أطلقت في 1 يناير 2016 تعرف باسم أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وتعرف أيضا باسم أجندة الأهداف العالمية لعام 2030.
وهناك 5 أهداف للتنمية المستدامة تدعم ارتباط الأمن المائي بالأمن الغذائي. الهدف الأول وهو الهدف الثاني من أهداف التنمية المستدامة: القضاء على الجوع وتوفير الأمن الغذائي وتعزيز الزراعة المستدامة. ونهدف بحلول عام 2030 إلى إنهاء جميع أشكال سوء التغذية، وذلك عن طريق مضاعفة الإنتاجية الزراعية. الهدف الثاني وهو الهدف الثالث من أهداف التنمية المستدامة: ضمان حياة صحية بجميع الأعمار أمر أساسي لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. فبسبب كوفيد-19 تفشل معاناة الإنسانية، تنقلب حياة بلايين من الناس، ولكن هناك حاجة ماسة إلى مزيد من الجهود للقضاء على مجموعة واسعة من الأمراض ومعالجتها. الهدف الثالث وهو الهدف الثالث من أهداف التنمية المستدامة: ضمان توافر المياه والمراكز الصحية للجميع وإدارتها على نحو مستدام. تشير الاتجاهات الغذائية إلى الزيادة العالمية في استهلاك الأكل التي تستوجب إنتاج المزيد من المياه. الهدف الرابع والهدف الثاني عشر من أهداف التنمية المستدامة: ضمان أنماط الاستهلاك والإنتاج المستدام، يعني إنجاز المزيد بطريقة أفضل بتكلفة أقل لتلبية الاحتياجات الأساسية. الهدف الخامس وهو الهدف الثالث عشر من أهداف التنمية المستدامة: اتخاذ إجراءات عاجلة للتصدي لتغير المناخ وآثاره. من غير اتخاذ إجراء ما سيؤثر تغير المناخ تأثيرا خطيرا على المناطق والبلدان التي تعاني بالفعل من درجة عالية من انعدام الأمن الغذائي. وفي الختام، وبعد أن تأكدنا من أهمية ارتباط الأمن المائي بالأمن الغذائي، ونستدل بقوله تعالى: أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم، وأنزلنا من المعصرات ماء ثجاجا نخرج به حبا ونباتا وجنات ألفافا. صدق الله. شكرا لحسن الاستماع. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The next team is University of Technology and Applied Science from joining virtually from Oman. So please share your screen and mute your mics and open your cameras. I will let you know whenever you're ready to start. العرض القادم من جامعة التكنولوجيا والعلوم التطبيقية. يرجى مشاركة الشاشة وفتح الكاميرات، وسأعلمكم متى حان الوقت للبدء. The next university presenting the next team is Ajman University. So please be ready. العرض القادم من جامعة عجمان. إذا كونوا مستعدين. شكرا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Are you hear us?
نعم نسمعك. Yes, you can start your presentation.
Presentation is clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are pleasure to stay in front of you to shed a light on water and food security. We are from Sultanate Oman and we are students in University of Technology and Applied Science in Zuhar. Me, Sarah Al-Shariqi, and our supervisor, Dr. Ragan from Engineering Department. First of all, I would say thank you for EEG for giving us this chance.
Water, energy, and food are the basic needs for all human beings and the fundamental elements necessary for economic growth and development. Achieving food and water security remain critical challenge in the world.
Despite the significant progress, water security and food take a long time to begin achieving. In Asian Pacific regions, millions of people lack basic service: water, food, energy. It is projected that demand is further increased in coming years.
And maintaining the additional demand will be challenging in the convergent unisectorial approach. Next farming consider the key issues in the food, water, and energy security through the sustainability in order to predict and against the potential risk of the future insecurity.
Water is the most important resource across the globe. Water is essential for life, drinking, agriculture, energy, industrial production, and maintaining the environment around us. Yet, as demand for water grows, while uncertainty caused by change to the physical environment increases, many communities around the world already face water crises that compound the impacts of diseases and poverty. Exacerbate food and energy insecurity, undermine economic growth, and reduce biodiversity as the 2017 U.S. Global Water Strategy stated. Water may be the most important issues we face for the next generation.
Thank you, Gohaina. Now we'll move to the food security. Food security is essential identity for sustained life. Food security has 4 elements: availability, utilization, and stability. Finally, access. Availability is related for food supply and trade, not just quantity of food, also about quality and diversity. Second, access, which is related to access the food and physicals. Utilization is about the body use the various nutrition of the food. Finally, stability is about making food always secure. Food insecurity can be transferred with short-term shocks and results of bad seasons, change in employment, state conflict, conflict and food price when poor people when the price high, the poor people can get the food easily.
Thank you, Sarah. The third point is energy is interrelated between the food and water. Energy and water are indirectly connected. All sources of energy, including the electricity, required water for the production process, such as extraction of the raw materials, cooling, thermal process, and cleaning process. All this process required water, and as we know, energy is important for water development and management.
We developed an application which is called Baqa. It means remain and stay safe forever for nexus of water, food, and energy.
As we can see, golden triangle has 3 elements, which is food, water, energy. At the below of the triangle, as shown as waves of water, which is related to water, which is the most important element in our life.
And in the middle of the triangle, we have electricity with the plant that represents the relationship between the energy and the food. Also, these all elements are affect each other.
The reasons for danger to sustainability, industrial revolution, evolution of natural resources, and pollution.
As we can see in this graph, increase industrial revolution in coming years.
Also, in this graph show us about the stock shift. That means as we have remains in the minerals and fossil fuels and the remains forward for the ecosystem.
This is the types of pollution, which is plastic, noise, light, and thermal.
What is sustainable development goals with the food? There are 17 goals. There are 17 goals of food, which is first one, economy, society, and biosphere.
Also, this graph shows us about the interaction and the connection between nexus of the water, food, and energy. That case, climate change and pollution and the globalization.
We have developed an app, Baqa, which targets the awareness among the people regarding the importance of water, food, and energy.
The benefit of this program to estimate and know the quantity of the water in the daily routine, and also estimate the energy used in the daily routine and the food that is wasted from the water.
For example, water usage matrix. Do you use shower for bathing on daily basis?
Also, another example for food usage matrices. Do you arrange party on your birthday or anniversary either at home, outside, frequently?
Also, for energy, the question is: do you switch off the light, AC? When you leave the room every time?
Golden triangle link between water, food, and energy needs to be communicated to the society.
Efforts are to be intended to cover all them to maximize extent possible, starting from home to across the globe.
Sustainability will be the key metric for the evaluation of the project or activity. So here we have the response of the people from the application. As we see, more than 4 people say yes, and in the middle 4 to 6 response, and 7 to 9 is say no.
Golden triangle relationships are need to be understood with more research work. Effort should be started from our home for commercial the resources.
Awareness needs to be created starting from the children, school children.
Tax incentives and encouragement for sustainable projects.
Our gratitude to authorities of the University of Technology and Applied Science, Sultanate of Oman, and we want to thank you to ETG for allowing us to present our research work. Thank you for the audience and best luck to the other teams participating in this competition. Also, thank you for our supervisor, Dr. Rajan, to help us in this research. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Ajman University will be presenting now. Next team is King Abdulaziz University. الآن جامعة عجمان ستقدم لنا العرض القادم من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز. إذا استعدوا.
Water and food insecurity is knocking at our door, and we need to solve this problem today. Not in 5 years, not in 10 years, we need to solve this problem now. Over the years, we have seen a huge increase in the number of people who are undernourished. Just from 2019 to 2022, we have seen a great increase to over 150 million people who are going hungry. And these are due to the conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the climate change. And even today, over 1 billion people do not have access to clean and fresh water.
With the aim of making the SDGs a reality, we will be collaborating with some of the goals. Goal number 2, goal number 3, goal number 6, goal number 13, and goal number 15. First of all, I would like to enlighten you all with a question. What if there came a point in your life where you suffered from hunger? What if your last meal was today? This is the same feeling that 253 million people face according to the World Food Bank in the year 2021. There's more than enough food in the planet to feed everyone in the world. But still, millions still go hungry. 2 kids die every minute suffering from diarrheal diseases. At the same time, 3.1 million children suffer from undernutrition. Absent, inadequate And inappropriately managed water and sanitation services expose more than a quarter of the world's population to preventable health risks. Now, I would like to introduce some of the threats to water and food security first faced worldwide. Agriculture. Agriculture is both a cause and casualty to water scarcity. The water we eat through the food that we consume is much more than the water that we drink. Water indeed is a critical input for agricultural production and plays an important role in food security. And the next challenge comes to climate change. The climate shocks are increasing in intensity and variation, leaving the affected no time to recover between the disasters.
A solution to all of these problems that we present is called VOWD, where we vow to ensure safe and sufficient food and water to all those who require. Our first solution for this issue is called the VOWD Food Banks and Containers, which is a real-time solution to solve this problem of food wastage. What we aim to do is collect food and food that is being either wasted as leftovers or in excess and collect them via deposits in the food bank. Once we do this, we analyze this food and then we can go ahead and distribute it to those who need it. For all those who require this food, they can access this food via the food bank containers, via a food access card. When they go and access these, they can be able to take all the food that is there in the food containers. And how they do this is by the government handing over these cards to those who require, either who are low income or those people who are genuinely in need.
For our second solution, it's water meter, which is a device that is made to measure the water activity of a material. So what is water activity? Water activity is the measurement of the water inside the material, whether this water is attached to the material or it's just reacting with it. So how this device works, this device you will bring the chamber and you will put a sample in it, the food sample for example, and then you seal it and wait for the water to exit the sample fully. Then the device will measure the humidity level inside the chamber. Then you will get the reading of the water activity. So now why we are measuring the water activity, how it's gonna benefit us. It detects the food quality and safety, the shelf life of the food, and also the odor and the bacteria. Besides that, it will also tell us if this food will have potential of spoilage. And if there is abnormality in the range of the humidity in the chamber, it will tell us by sending the message to the examiner that there is something wrong with the sample.
VOWD filter is the most important part which can protect the people and kids from the unclean water. So we can protect them by doing this VOWD filter solution. This can be reduce the time and the waste of unclean waters. As we mentioned before, 2 kids die each minute because of unclean waters. So we have a solution for them that can protect them from this. This is actually the conceptual diagram of the whole process. The water or rivers that comes from any sort of source supplies, we can go through pipes to the water storage. Then we filter it with a big filters. Then that will go to the water pump. After that, we filter it again to improve the overall efficiency of the plant. The sediments that we used from the filters, we can use it by get hot waters by boiling them in the boiler. Then it will go through steel pipes to the heaters, and also there will be a forced fan to improve the overall efficiency of the waters and to get a clean water. After that, it will go to the chimney, which contains a very hot air. We can use this hot air to the water pipes of that goes directly to the consumers, and the rest of the air will go to the atmosphere.
Our next solution is called wound hydroponics, which is a two-in-one solution which solves energy crisis as well as solves the food and water insecurity issues. So over 180 million gallons of water is wasted or is excreted at homes, and we can use this water after mild treatment either in two ways. One, where we put it in a circular motion and generate hydro energy to get clean energy, and at the same time we can use this this water that has been treated, and we can use it for hydroponics, where we are going to grow plants in this water with the nutrients. Finally, all our products and services can be obtained on this WOWD app, where we can access 4 different features: supervision, distribution, donation, and a reward system. For supervision, we supervise the quality of water in the pipes. We have an analysis from the WOWD meter, as well as we have analysis of the food wastage and leftovers in restaurants. In the distribution, we act as middlemen, collecting the food from those who have the excess or leftovers and giving it to those who require. In the donation, for those who do not have excess or leftovers and yet want to contribute to solving the problem of water and food insecurity, they can donate an amount of money for the same. And lastly, for the reward system, those who have actively put their efforts into this entire initiative, we can help them or reward them by different kinds of rewards, which include discounts in restaurants, their entertainment in the form of cinemas, and for every 50 boxes of food that is donated, a plant is grown in the person's name who has donated so.
For our future scope, we want everyone to have access to the food banks through their IDs or retinal scanning. We also want to combine both aquaponics and hydroponics together to reduce the amount of water waste. And lastly, we want to work with Dubai facilities to reach to a bigger audience and provide our solution to the world.
Water and food securities tend to develop independently from each other. We have great opportunities and we have great challenges, but with your help, we will meet them and make this year, the next year, the best year in the history. That brings an end to us. Thank you all for your sincere attention this afternoon.
Next, we will have King Abdulaziz University from Saudi Arabia. The next team will be Westford University College, so please be ready. الآن مع عرض تقديمي من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز من المملكة العربية السعودية. كلية جامعة ويستفورد تهبوا على الاستعداد. Can we have Westwood University College on the stage, please?
Hello.
Who?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, respected students and honorable judges. And thank you to EEG for giving us an opportunity to be here and show us our solution to the problem. Our environment consists of all living beings as well as their surroundings. A healthy environment is one that is sustainable for a long period of time. It is one that brings life, prosperity, growth, and development. So on this very special occasion, we'll be discussing problems, coming up with solutions for the problems that this world is currently facing.
Now, what is water? Water is the source of life. It's everything, let's be honest. None of you would be here today if you didn't have running water in your house. Now, from the cycle of water, from the air to the land to the sea, we all need water. Water shapes our very earth. It shapes our entire lives. Even the tiniest bacteria to the giant blue whales in our oceans, we all need water to survive. Now, we know the importance of water. What's food? Now, food is just as important as water. We need food for life. We need food for nutrients. We need food for vitamins. We need food for our minerals. We get that from food. It's vital to animals. It's vital to us as humans. It's vital to the general ecosystem of the world. Now we understand the importance of food and water. Let's look at the issues surrounding food insecurity and water insecurity.
Climate change is affecting freshwater supply and demand in many parts of the United States. Population growth and energy production are some of the factors that contribute towards climate change. While the country is experiencing high temperature and low rainfall rates, the urbanization and rapid growth have led to an unusual demand for water. In addition to this, the luxury lifestyle and lack of conservation methods that is incorporated by the residents have led to a huge wastage of water. And according to the report by the UAE, per capita, water usage is 550 liters per day per person. This is compared to the global national average, which is around 250 liters per day per person. So by 2040, 1 in 4 persons will be affecting high water stress, and by 700 children have been dying on a daily basis due to inadequate water, hygiene, and sanitization. Over to you, Marissa.
So for food security, economic inequalities increase the chances of severe food insecurity, and the effects of this is 20% higher. And the effects of this is 20% higher in low-income countries, and additional population leads to more demands. This leads to additional usage of arable land and water. Now, this poses a huge threat to to UAE, as UAE lacks arable land and natural water resources. Another challenge for food security in UAE is that there is insufficient investment in agricultural research. This is mainly due to extreme weather conditions, arid climates, and unavailability of water resources. Now, 29.3% of the global population is either moderately or severely food insecure, and 1 in 3 people do not have basic access to adequate food. So, to our solutions, these are the sustainable development goals that we aim to reach. We want to focus on zero hunger, clean water and sanitation, good health and well-being. We also want to promote responsible consumption and production as well as climate action. Over to you, Isa.
People have so much, yet why does it seem like most people have so little? Food and water is the necessity, but why does it seem like it's a luxury? By being responsible of how much we consume, by being responsible of how much we throw, we can have less landfills. Having less landfills mean more nature can thrive. Plants and animals can live without the toxins and microplastic leaking from our wastage. Where food and water is clean, when food and water is available. Wouldn't you want to be part of that initiative? We, Westford University students, have devised a product that solves this. Our waste, our responsibility. We strongly believe that being responsible of our actions and being aware of our impact to the world is the minimum individual thing that we should manage. Person by person, we cannot live in a world where garbage is bigger than us, where landfills are bigger than the beautiful trees, mountains, and lands. And we should start with ourselves. Our actions, our world, our responsibility, our waste.
So, we, the students of Westford University College, we introduce our waste. So in UAE, the average person generates around 2.25 kilograms of waste every day. To combat these issues, we introduce our waste. This is an initiative that is developed to reduce the wastage of both food and water by monitoring our disposal amounts. It consists of this is done through a card, and this card will monitor our disposal amounts. Now, firstly, we want to start our initiative at an individual level. So how is this done? Firstly, we're going to calculate the average consumption of water and waste disposal for each apartment. Using that for each apartment, and each apartment will be provided with the Our Waste card. This card will provide the details to the tenants about their amount of water consumption as well as waste disposal. Each card comes with a unique identification number through which the details of the consumption and disposal will be provided to the tenants. This can be accessed through a simple website, and the website not only shows the amounts of both these areas, but it also shows the averages as well as its limits, so that we as tenants can be mindful about our responsibilities to the nature. So now waste disposal. The way this will be measured is through a garbage chute, which will have an inbuilt weighing machine. All you have to do is tap your card on the card reader, put your trash in, weigh it, and then dispose it. The details of the weightage will be transferred to your card and account, which again can be viewed through the website. This comprises phase 1 of our solution, but we are not going to end there. We are going to move on to phase 2 and 3, where we target companies and the nation as a whole. We want to aim bigger and promote sustainability in this beautiful country. And so the conduction of the operations will be done in the same manner as the individual phase for companies too. As individuals and companies, we all have responsibilities and should be mindful of them, and thus violating these limits will incur fines.
Food and water security are vastly and widely correlated and related because it has an overall impact on agriculture. Food and water are two of the most basic necessities we need for life on Earth. Water is vital to food security, as crops and livestock need water to grow. Even agriculture needs large amounts of water for irrigation and various production processes. Water and food are necessary for social, economic, even political activities. And not everyone is fortunate enough to afford these basic necessities, clean water, clean food, good quantity, and sufficient supply of these basic necessities on a daily basis.
As the population grows, and by implementing our solution, we can make this world not only a better place for us, but for many more generations to come.
The Our Waste initiative provides a sustainable method for us to reduce the carbon footprint of food waste and water waste, thereby reducing the global food insecurity and water insecurity, and improving the global overall health of our planet. Will you stand with us in solidarity? This is not my problem, this is not your problem, this is our problem. If we stand together, we can together make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
The next team is Zaid University, so please join us in the stage. I know, I will translate. Please keep the mic close to you, please, okay? Close to you, very close to you.
They are all working, right?
Hola.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and buenos dias. The world is slowly perishing while we are silent spectators. According to the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, the future COP, which is going to be held in the UAE next year, and providing more than we take to the circular economy as well, we have encountered a big problematic nowadays. Embracing our multicultural ethnicities and nationalities, we gather here today because this problem affects us all around the world. So, course in session. According to the United Nations, we have hit 8 million people around the world. And as we did so, we also need more water sources. Nevertheless, these sources are being scarce and are being depleted in unprecedented times. Mostly,
Also, according to UNICEF, there are 4 billion people around the world who are suffering from water scarcity at least once per month every single year. This is causing a lot of problematics around the world, and it is not helping through the goals of sustainable development that also the UAE government has set for. Therefore, we have here like a lot of humans who have pledged that they are wasting immeasurable amounts of water and food for the sake of their survival. Nevertheless, here we have some judges who have something to say. So, judges, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can understand what the humans are saying to an extent, because it's not all bad news. As you can see, we're only 1% away from the entire population using safely managed sanitation systems. The rest of these percentages are also showing an impressive management of water here in the UAE. But here's the catch, Your Honor. Not all high numbers can be seen as a badge of honor. This is because not all high numbers can be seen as a badge of honor. This is because we are actually not all high numbers can be seen as a badge of honor. We're actually in a portion of the world where there are very dark red sectors, and we're extremely high in water stress. Water stress is actually a very big deal here in the UAE. Very big deal here in the UAE, and so the focus on water here is mainly because it's the first step in preventing food security and food insecurity measures.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we can look at the graph and we can see that most of the water consumption in the UAE goes for agriculture with 67%. From the following data, we can see that agriculture continued to increase, and from the data, we can see that the projected number of agriculture in 2020 was around 6,000, and it's projected to be around 7,000 by 2025, which shows a great increase. The UAE depends on 3 different methods for the water. Number 1, the groundwater. Number 2, the desalination. And number 3, the reclaimed water demand. So basically, the UAE mainly focuses on water desalination, with 99% of the water being desalinated in the UAE. So we emphasize on using R&Ds to try to implement new technologies that are more efficient, so that we can use the seawater and desalinate it and use it for agriculture instead of using the fresh water for agriculture. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the interlinkages between food, energy, and water is known as the water-food energy nexus. And because of this interconnection between them, this implies that the management should be addressed, their management should be addressed simultaneously. So these figures illustrate various trade-offs in the UAE with respect of food security and water security. If analyzing food security, the UAE has to look into fundamental trade-offs associated with different food security strategies. So for example, while local food production provides greater food security and potential cost saving, it's also significantly more water intensive and energy intensive. And in the case of water security, a strategy of desalination powered by renewable energy can be very expensive in the immediate term, but in the long term, it can provide greater water security at lower cost. So the UAE's leadership recognizes the complexity of food, energy, water nexus, and its potential impact on the national level. Therefore, Your Honor, potential policies have been taken and investments have been made to address the country's resource challenge. Thank you.
Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here, lawyers representing Earth against lawyers representing human actions. We've done our research. We've seen that UAE needs water management. It is crucial, but we have a lot of challenges. It's expensive, it's energy intensive, and one of the major problems is with desalination plants. Desalination is the process of removing salt from seawater. Now, Bayanat has told us that 42% of UAE's water comes from 70 major desalination plants. Clearly, the UAE loves desalination, but there's a problem. It produces a high carbon footprint. It requires fossil fuels, and it produces a waste called brine, which is harmful for our environment. So the question is, what do we do? Well, the UAE has introduced the Water Security Strategy 2036 that impacts all these sectors, but it's still trying to figure out how exactly do we make desalination more sustainable. Well, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we present two solutions. Number one is the most obvious and the simplest, which is to use sustainable energy. Most of these plants are fueled by fossil fuels, so we need to use solar panels. Number two is to recycle brine. MIT has shown us that brine can be converted to useful chemicals like hydrochloric acid and even cheese. And I'm sure we all love cheese manakish here in the UAE. So there's a lot of opportunities that UAE can exploit. And we believe, our team is strongly in the position that UAE should take advantage of this opportunity to turn into a nature-positive desalination plant so it meets its Paris agreements, so it embraces a circular economy, and so it embraces the UN SDG 12 and the other SDGs mentioned. Your Honor, Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights tells us that all of us here today, the 9 million of us in the UAE and the 8 billion of us in this world, have the right to adequate food. So to execute this right, all of us, businesses, communities, societies, individuals, social enterprises need to come together in this path towards a circular economy to make sure that no one goes to bed thirsty nor with the stomach empty. Thank you. We rest our case.
The case is closed.
Now we will have King Abdulaziz University. And next team is Al Balqa Applied University joining virtually, so please be ready.
ايش فيك طارق؟
تعبان
طيب.
عمر.
طيب خذ تفاحة.
تعبان عمر، مو جيعان. تعبان.
طيب انت تحب البسكوت؟ خذ.
لذيذ. لحظات لازم اخلص، انا خوفي اكمل وهرجع. شيله عمر. بينما كنت أقف أمامكم الحضور الكريم أعضاء لجنة التحكيم التي أرجو أن تغفر لي هذا العبث، بينما كنت أقف أمامكم أقوم بتصرفات مخزية، كان هناك في مكان آخر أكثر من 700 مليون إنسان تمزقهم المجاعة والفاقة والمسغبة، وأنا ألتذ بهذا النعيم. كان هناك في ساحل آخر أكثر من 2 مليار إنسان يسحقهم العوز وشظف العيش وشح المياه، من بينهم أطفال ونساء وشيوخ. جميعنا يعلم أن فيروس كوفيد-19 يضرب وظائف الجسم، ولكن هل نعلم حقا ما نفعله نحن البشر في وظائف الأرض؟ إننا نحن والعالم نسير في منحدر فظيع لا تعلم نهايته، ما دمنا لا نفهم أو نحاول أن نتفهم علاقات الأمن الغذائي مع شقيقه المائي. وفي مقابل ذلك نجد أن هناك كتابا قد أنزل إلينا قبل 1400 سنة متعبد بتلاوته، معجز بلفظه، قد أشار إلى أهمية هذه العلاقة بوضوح. فقال تبارك وتعالى: هو الذي أنزل من السماء ماء لكم منه شراب ومنه شجر فيه تسيمون.
هذا يعقل؟ يترك الإنسان الغذاء الطبيعي ويتجه إلى الصناعي؟ فمن هنا بدأت المواجهة مع الطبيعة، فأصبح الإنسان يخنق الأرض بالانبعاثات الكربونية ويقتلها بالتلوث، ونتج عن ذلك احتباس حراري واضطراب في التوازن البيئي، فأصبح الماء غير الماء والغذاء غير الغذاء. فها هو العالم يعاني، فموجات الجفاف الشديد تضرب العديد من المناطق، فشهدنا ما حصل في الصين والهند أو حتى أوروبا التي ما كانت تنقطع عنها الأمطار. وفي المقابل فيضانات جارفة غمرت السواحل والعديد من دول العالم، وما فيضانات باكستان عنا ببعيد. فقد يتساءل البعض: ما رأي العلم؟ فحتى العلم يقف حائرا، حيث أصبح من الصعب التنبؤ بالتغيرات غير المنظورة مثل مواسم هطول الأمطار وكمياتها من أجل محاكاة المستقبل. ومن ناحية أخرى فهنالك متغيرات ثابتة مثل النمو السكاني الذي كسر مؤخرا حاجز 8 مليار نسمة، وما صاحبه من نمو اقتصادي. فاليوم يستهلك العالم قرابة 2.5 تريليون متر مكعب من المياه، والتي تعادل 1 مليار حوض سباحة أولمبي، لإنتاج 4 مليارات طن متري من الأغذية سنويا، والتي مع بالغ الأسف يذهب حوالي نصفها هدرا وضياعا أثناء رحلة الطعام من المزرعة إلى الطبق، متكبدة ليس فقط خسارة في الغذاء، إنما كذلك خسارة في المياه المستخدمة في إنتاج ومعالجة هذه الأغذية. فنرى أن الإحصائيات والدراسات تخبرنا أن المعدل المستقبلي للطلب على الغذاء سيتضاعف حوالي 3 أضعاف الإنتاج الحالي. فنبقى متسائلين، ما هي هذه الحلول التي ستخرجنا من هذه الأزمة؟
الحلول من المؤكد أنه لا توجد حلول سحرية كما تعلمون، ولكننا نستطيع أن نوقف تفاقم هذه الكارثة، بل ونستطيع أن نصل لغايتنا المنشودة ونصل لأمننا المائي والغذائي، وذلك عبر تطبيق 3 أمور. الأمر الأول أن نبحث عن حلول مستمدة من الطبيعة، وذلك كتغيير النظم الغذائية الحالية إلى نظم غذائية مستدامة خالية من أو ذات بصمة مائية وكربونية أقل. الأمر الثاني أن نفعل دور الحكومات، وذلك عبر سن الأنظمة والتشريعات، وأيضا عبر بناء مؤسسات قوية قادرة على تغيير مجريات الأمور، وأيضا عبر السعي الحثيث لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتطويرها بما يتناسب مع المتغيرات المستمرة. ثالثا تفعيل دور المساهمة المجتمعية، وهذا دورنا جميعا، أن نغير نمط استهلاكنا وأن نسعى جاهدين لنشر الوعي فيما يخص مسألة الأمن المائي والغذائي والعلاقة بينهما. دونكم الآن عرض مرئي يقدمه لكم زملاؤكم بجامعة الملك عبد العزيز.
الملك عبد العزيز
أتيناكم
متعاهدين
وملتزمين
بالميثاق البيئي.
صحيح ما نقدر نرجع بالوقت وراء،
لكن الأكيد
إننا نقدر نبدأ بالتغيير.
نحافظ على نعمة الماء
ونعتدل في استهلاك الغذاء.
نزرع أشجار،
نوقف احتطاب،
ننظف الشواطئ،
نقلل التلوث.
هذا دورنا.
نحمي بيئتنا
ونضمن مستقبلنا
لنا ولأجيالنا.
هذا دورنا.
هذا يومنا.
والآن أرجوكم أغمضوا أعينكم وتخيلوا معي أننا نقف على مفترق طرق. إن ذهبنا إلى اليمين متعاهدين متكاتفين على تغيير أنماط استهلاكنا والقيام بدورنا تجاه هذه المعضلة التي نعيشها اليوم، فأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بالأمن المائي والغذائي. ولكن إن ذهبنا إلى الشمال متقاعسين متغافلين متجاهلين لما نعيشه اليوم، فإن العواقب ستكون وخيمة. فها هو عدد العطشى في ازدياد، وها هو عدد الجوعى في ارتفاع. يقول النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: ما ملأ آدمي وعاء شرا من بطن، بحسب ابن آدم أكلات يقمن صلبه، فإن كان لا محالة فثلث لطعامه وثلث لشرابه وثلث لنفسه. وقبل أن نودعكم نود أن ندشن معكم مبادرتنا، مبادرة الميثاق البيئي التي خرجت من ساحات جامعة الملك عبد العزيز. أرجوكم أطلقوا العنان لهواتفكم النقالة وانصحوا هذا الرمز لتنضموا إلينا ولنتعاهد على أن نصنع غدا أفضل. شاركونا أيضا آراءكم وتعليقاتكم وأطروحاتكم الجميلة البهية فيما يخص هذه المسألة في حسابنا على تويتر الموجود داخل هذا الرمز، لنسعى لمستقبل أفضل لنصل إلى أمننا المائي والغذائي. شكرا.
Fellow judges, please be informed that Al-Balqa Applied University are offline, so we are going to Al-Majma University. So please, Al-Majma University, please share your screen and mute your mic and open your cameras. I will let you know whenever to start your presentation. Thank you. Al-Majma University, please share your screen and mute your mic and open your cameras. We can see your screen now. هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة كاملة؟ Al-Majma University, please open your cameras. Okay, we can see you now. هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة كاملة؟ نعم. افتحوا المايك لو سمحتوا. Al-Majma University, هل تستطيعون سماعي؟ هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة؟ هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة كاملة؟ اوكي. Al-Majma University, your screen are switched off, so please share your screen again. هل يمكنكم مشاركة الشاشة مرة أخرى؟ هل يمكنكم عرض الشاشة كاملة؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام. Please, can you switch on your cameras and...
I can't.
Okay, and please show the full screen. Al-Majma University, so please open your cameras and show us the full screen of the presentation. Otherwise, 5 points will be deducted from the final score.
Our screen is clear. You can see it or no?
I can't see it, but just press the slideshow.
Okay. Even you see our or no? The camera is open?
No.
Are you seeing us right now?
No.
Even?
Oh, she spins. She spins. At Majma University, we cannot see your screen now. Please, can you share your screen again?
Can I start right now?
We cannot see. Okay, we can see your screen, but just press the slideshow. هل يمكنك عرض الشاشة كاملة؟
Like this?
Okay, now put your cameras on. We cannot see. We cannot see you.
You can see me?
No, please open your camera.
At the same time.
And the slide is fine, but your camera is switched off.
It's not open. Camera, it's not open. What are we doing right now? Your screen is sharing. Your host, okay. Okay. لا مرة ثانية. Can you give us like access?
Now we can see you. Please show us the full screen of the presentation again.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا بكم يا أصدقائنا في قصتنا المثيرة بكافة تفاصيلها المشوقة في بعض سطورها. لعل تساؤلا طرق أذهانكم ولاح في مخيلاتكم لما علامات التعجب، ولربما كنتم في ريبة وحيرة تجاه هذا المشهد الذي يكتنفه الغموض. مهلكم سأخبركم الحكاية منذ ميلادها ومنذ أول عهدها. فهناك في قارة هي جارة لنا، قارة أفريقيا، قارة مليئة بالمدخرات والكنوز الطبيعية، ولكنها مصابة في بعض أقطارها بشح هائل في أعظم الموارد وأعظم الاحتياجات لكل حي. لابد وأن المفقود استنتجته أذهانكم. نعم، فالذي بات يتناقص واختفى الصالح منه ألا وهو الماء، الذي قال الله فيه: بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء حي. كل كائن نابض على هذه الأرض مفتقر للمياه، والإنسان يحتاج ماء صالحا للعيش، ماء نظيفا نقيا. هناك في جنوب الصحراء الكبرى بأفريقيا مبتدأ الحكاية، حيث أشارت الدراسات والإحصاءات في عام 2006 ميلادي بنذير مخيف وأمر جلل، حيث أذيع أن المنطقة تعاني ندرة المياه وزحف الجفاف.
والآن كل فرد في تلك الديار سرت إليه المعاناة، فالجميع يعاني بألم ويبكي بحسرة، حيث أن المياه عندهم تتآول إلى الانحسار. تعلمون يا أصدقاء، إخواننا هناك أصبحوا يؤولون إلى المستنقعات بشربها، فالحاجة الملحة دفعت الإنسان هناك للتضحية بصحته التي ستعطب بسبب المياه الملوثة بنسبة 100% على أن يعيشوا وحسب. في ذلك البلاد لا يوجد شبكة حتى لتغنية المياه بسبب الفقر والعجز.
الأرض أصبحت جذبا مكفهرا، غطاؤها النباتي دمر، شعبا لا يستطيع أن يأكل، وأرضا لا تستطيع أن تنتج. جفت وبكت حتى أن دمها أصبح بلا ماء. أمر محزن ومبكي للجميع أن ترى الأرض يغطيها اللون البني بحسرة بلا أخضر يزينها، حتى أن الأطفال أصبحوا يصابون بأمراض مزمنة نتيجة عدم تغذيتهم النظيفة التي يستطيعون أن يتغذوا بها. لذلك فكرنا مرارا ومرارا لننشئ فكرة تحيا بها الحياة من جديد بلا نقص ولا أمراض، لنحافظ على بقاء أمننا وحياتنا. فنحن هنا قد فكرنا واستنتجنا وطورنا فكرا عظيما مبهرا نشارككم إياه لنحيي أرضنا من جديد.
وهنا قمنا بتاريخ 19 من أكتوبر بكتابة بحثاً لنناقش فيه هذه المشكلة، فقد قمنا بعمل استطلاع للآراء في داخل المملكة العربية السعودية ودول الخليج كافة، وتوصلنا إلى عدة نسب. بدأنا بالسؤال الأول عن مفهوم الأمن المائي، وكانت النسب تشير إلى 90% و1/10 من المجتمع واع بالمقصد، ألا وهو كمية المياه الجيدة والصالحة للاستخدام البشري المتوفرة بشكل يلبي الاحتياجات المختلفة كماً ونوعاً. تساءلنا ما هو أهم عنصر من عناصر الأمن المائي، ووجدنا اختلافاً ملفت في الأجوبة، حيث أجمعوا بأن المقصود تحلية المياه، والبعض قال يقصد باختلاف التلوث المبكر والدقيق، وقلة قالوا بناء السدود. وتطرقنا للشق المكمل لبحثنا ألا وهو الأمن الغذائي وماذا يقصد به، فوجدنا أن 88% من المجيبين على الاستبيان واعون به. وتساءلنا ما هي أسباب انخفاض الأمن الغذائي، فرأينا تقاربا بالنسبة حيث أجمعوا أنه بسبب الأزمات البيئية والمناخية والاقتصادية. وتطرقنا للحلول لنختم به الاستبيان، فوجدنا توزعا بالنسب، حيث قال البعض بناء السدود، والبعض قال نشر ثقافة الاقتصاد المائي، والأغلب أجمع على كلا الحلين. في مثل هذه المشكلة لا نريد حلولا مبتكرة، بل نريد حلولا يمكن تطبيقها. لنتحد ونحد من هدر المياه، ولنقم كبنيان راسخ وسلسلة متينة يشد بعضها بعضا، ولنعمل بالوصايا فنحن أخوة لهم. وإن تباعد في الديار لنقم سدودا ونجعل الأرض ملؤها شبكات دعم للمياه، ولندفع المختصين بمعاناة نقص المياه بأفريقيا، ولنجعل كل دولة تصل لمرحلة الاكتفاء الذاتي من الموارد اللازمة للعيش الكريم، ولنقدم المعونة بجعل الحلول مستمرة، كأن تدعم المنطقة جارتها الأخرى وتوفر لها المياه، ولندعمهم بالنباتات التي تستطيع تحمل الجفاف والجو الحار، لنجعل الأمن المائي في أفريقيا داعما للأمن الغذائي. وللمحافظة على الأمن المائي في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة نقدم لكم فكرة، ألا وهي إنشاء شبكة داخلية مرتبطة بآبار جوفية في باطن الأرض تعمل على إيصال المياه إلى المناطق الزراعية الخصبة. إلى هنا يا صقر نسد ستار حكايتنا بكافة تفاصيلها، آملين أن نعمل يدا بيد لحل هذه المشكلة، حيث إن لم يتم حلها تفاقمت وانتشرت وأصبح الجميع يعاني منها، ولا يريد أحد منا أن يصيبه ذلك الحال المؤلم. ختاما، كان معكم من جامعة المجمعة فريق كلية علوم الطبية التطبيقية، ممثلا بمحدثتكم سارة محمد بن طيري، رشا محمد بالعسكر، سلطانة أحمد العنزي، سارة عبد الله الحابور، غالية محمد بن طيري. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you to our second set of presenters for the first topic today. Please give a big round of applause to yourself for doing a tremendous job of putting forth of your viewpoints. شكرا لمجموعتنا الثانية من مقدمي الموضوع الأول. من فضلكم صفقوا لأنفسكم مرة أخرى للقيام بالعمل الهائل في طرح آرائكم. Now we will take a 30 minutes lunch break, and we reconvene. We shall be hearing from the balance presenters. Please make sure to be back by 1:25 to ensure that we start on time. الآن سنأخذ استراحة غداء مدتها 30 دقيقة، وعندما نجتمع مرة أخرى سنسمع من الفرق المتبقية. يرجى التأكد من العودة بحلول الساعة 1:25 دقيقة للتأكد من أننا نبدأ في الوقت المحدد. شكرا.
البيئة البرية، الغابات.
he gave you, Chris? Okay. This one is done. I can give it back to them. Okay, go and see.
It's from Sudan.
Can you, hello? Can you please mute the mic, please? Please mute your mic. Excuse me, please mute your mic until I inform you to open it. لو سمحتوا بس يرجى إغلاق المايك. شكرا. You are Rahfad University, right?
Yes.
Just be ready till I inform you. Dear judges, please be informed that King Faisal University will not be presenting today, and Al Balkan University will rejoin us again.
Which one?
The
one that's empty in your first sheet.
The King Faisal will not be joining, and Al Balkan University will presenting instead of them. Yeah. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the meal. I'm sure that you are looking forward to start with the balanced presenters. Kindly note that there are 6 teams presenting and there is no break between the presentations. مرحبا بعودتكم. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بالوجبة. أنا متأكد من أنكم جميعا تطلعون لاستكمال العروض المذهلة. يرجى ملاحظة أن هناك 6 فرق ستقوم بالتقديم. لا البلقاء حتيجي بدل جامعة الملك فيصل. يرجى ملاحظة أن هناك 6 فرق ستقوم بالتقديم ولا يوجد فاصل بين عروض التقديمية. And now we would like to have the Ahfad University for a Woman joining us virtually from Sudan. So please, Ahfad University, share your screen and mute your mic and open your cameras. I would like also to announce Al-Balkan University will be presenting next, so please be ready. Thank you. Al-Ahfad University, we can start your presentation. Thank you. You are muted. Okay, now it sounds good. Okay, you can start.
Greetings from Sudan. What a beautiful view, isn't it? This is our beloved Mother Nature, the mother, the provider, and the homeland to about 8 billion people. Unlike any other planet, what makes it special is the 71% of water that covers its surface, giving life not only to human beings, but animals and plants as well. So it just balances everything. And like a mother provider, it has been providing us with food, water, and many other resources. Sadly, it wasn't able to distribute these resources evenly, but should we put the entire blame on her?
Uneven distribution is one of many problems that causes some parts of the planet to have water insufficiency. These problems are cyclic, starting with overpopulation. As population increases, the demand increases. This increasing population increases activity that contributes to climate. With these 2 problems, we get more demand and less resources, which lead to war and sadly poverty, and the cycle goes on.
And as a result of these factors, today around 2 billion people don't have access to safely manage their drinking water. And 828 million people suffer from hunger. These resources complete each other. So if we don't have water security, we don't have food security. And the insecurity of any of these resources can have a devastating effect on many sectors, including public health and economic development. For example, a hungry farmer will not be able to work, so he will be less productive. And as a result, efficiency will evolve and the rate of carbon will plummet. Now it's become clear how water security correlates with security.
Giving our hope of zero hunger and access to water, we should know the meaning of food security and water security. Water security is the adaptive capacity to safeguard the sustainable availability of access to sufficient, reliable, and resilient quantity and quality of water for health, livelihood, ecosystem, and productive economic.
Food security is when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to safe, sufficient, and nutritious food that meet the demand. And countries may have abundance of resources, but people do not have access to health, water, and affordable food.
Like Sudan, the 3rd largest country in Africa, having the longest river passing through it, the River Nile. It also has one of the largest irrigation projects in the world, which is Al Jazeera project, which used to produce wheat, peanuts, maize, and cotton. Sudan is also rich in many other resources, like baobab and Arabic as well. Unfortunately, many people are food and water insecure in this rich country. Like Suad.
Suad is a farmer living in Kurdistan. Every day, he works long hours tending a small plot of land. He hopes to grow enough crops to keep her children from going hungry. But it's a fragile lifeline. Crops diseases, unstable market, or a few weeks without rain could destroy everything she has. With all of this, war hit her country. She had to live with unpredictable future. Sadly, she's not alone. 7.3 million people in Sudan are facing water and food security.
The problem doesn't stop here. 15 states have affected by the heavy rain in 2020 lead to 15 states have affected by the heavy rain in 2020 lead to poor harvest. On the same line, stable food prices are increased by 10% across most markets due to poor harvest. In the center of Sudan, Khartoum, water has become the new gold. Many people lack access to water. This leads even to buy a water bottle with a crazy amount of money. And with all that mentioned, it becomes clear that Sudan faces water and food insecurity even with the abundance of resources. But what can be done to solve such a problem?
Water is crucial for life and central to food systems. Food systems cannot be effectuated without considering water. Water and food security is the responsibility of the government, the non-government organizations.
تنوع عشان يقدروا يواجهوا السوق وفي نفس الوقت حتى للصادر يكونوا عارفين الحاجات ممكن يحتاج لها السوق داخليا وخارجيا. وبرضه نفس الشيء بالنسبه للانتاج الحيواني، يعني ناس الفراخ يكون في مزارع بتاعت بياض، مزارع بتاعت لاحم، ناس كل الحاجات الثانيه يضيفوا لها قيمه، يعني الطماطم فلو عملوا لها ان شاء الله مصانع بتاعت تعليب، عملوا لها كاتشب، التجفيف للفواكه، فمخللات بالنسبة للخيار والعجور والليمون، والقيمة المضافة بتشجع المنتج أكثر، محطات جديدة وخطوط جديدة عشان يوصلوا حتى اللي ما عنده كهرباء تصلوا. في حالة الناس شغالين بمولدات، طبعا الديزل غالي جدا، والديزل ده بيستعمل برضه في تجهيز الأرض، في المحاريق، البدائل في الطاقة الشمسية، في الميادين لعمل مراكز هيئات الدولة عشان الناس تبيع مباشر، فدي بتخفف العبء على المواطن.
First, we'd like to thank Dr. Farouk and Mr. Tariq for the helpful advice. And we want to add other solutions. We will start focusing on the rural area because it has one of the most natural resources, but the most ignored. By collaborating with the government, we will be able to achieve the monitoring process. All the solutions are applicable, but there are some factors that could delay their implementation, like war. Because we know when war knocks our doors, we lose many things. And peace is not something or is not a solution that we suggest. It's a right that we must have it. Since the Sudanese revolution started, we always repeat one word that gives us hope. Hanabniho, which is mean we're gonna build it.
Because we believe that the story of Suad shouldn't be forgotten, we created this project for her and her village, al-Badri. al-Badri is the village in the north state of Kurdistan. The village is suffer from drought due to lack of water resource almost all the year. Seasonal rain and aquifer are the main and only source of water. The villagers suffer from the long distance that should go every day to have water. This journey leads to unsettlement of the villagers and spreading of disease which caused by unclean water.
For every problem, there is a solution, and the solution we came up with the aquifers and wells as well, and join them by a system to distribute water to all the villagers. This system will work by an alternative energy source, and we've chosen solar energy as its source for the villagers to be using the water as for domestic use and for agricultural use as well. So, what's our vision for this project?
We aim to save a plant-till water that causes agricultural stability, which will lead us to food security. And since we provide clean and accessible water at the same time with affordable food, we achieve good health and well-being. And by using Dr. Farouk advice about raising awareness about water, which contributes directly to food security, there will be more responsibilities by the side of citizens. And because we always care about our mother nature, our solution has always been eco-friendly. By using solar energy to get water, we obtain zero gas emissions that will lead us to our action for climate change. And if there is one thing, one method that we want to deliver, that water security and food security is a collective form. It is not governmental and it is not individual, but it is our responsibility to achieve.
As Benjamin Franklin once said, we will not know the worth of water until the well is dry. So we need to start acting. And we believe that Sudan has the potential to save our mother nature. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will have Al-Balqa University joining virtual from Jordan. So please, Al-Balqa Applied University, share your screen and mute your mic and open the cameras. And I will let you know when to start. Our next presenter will be Al-Yamama University, so please be ready. Now we'll have Al-Balqa Applied University. Are you hearing me? Al-Applied University, Al-Balqa. Al-Yamama University, please join us on the stage, please. Thank you. Al-Balqa University, please be informed that you will be presenting the last one. Hello, Al-Balqa University, please be informed that you will be presenting the last one. No. So please make sure, Al-Balqa University, to mute your mic now, and I will let you know when yours. Al-Balqa University, please turn your screen share now, so you're presenting last. هل يمكنكم إغلاق مشاركة الشاشة الآن؟ سيتم نقل عرضكم إلى آخر مجموعة. شكرا.
test?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Okay, sure. Sure. It's okay. It's fine.
Al-Balkan University, if you're able to hear me, please unmute yourself and open your cameras. You can be presenting now. You can present now. You are muted now. Yes, Al-Balkan University.
So can we start without cameras?
You should turn on the cameras, otherwise points will be deducted from the total score.
So should we start now?
Yes, you can start.
Assalamu alaikum. It's our honor to be with you in such a great conference. And it's our pleasure to present our university, Al-Balqa Blad University, and our professor, Dr. Rani Al-Bhoum, to share our project. So we worked on the topic of food and water security go hand in hand. We choose this topic because of the importance of food and water security all around the world, especially in Jordan, because it's one of the poorest countries in the world of both food and water security.
As for water security, we can define it as a term that refers to the community ability to obtain sufficient water of sufficient quality to survive and carry out various protective activities. Therefore, the society with water security is an opposition to reduce poverty and improve living standard. During our study of this topic, we have some questions. What is the virtual water and the relationship with food and water security, and the situation of food and water security inside Jordan, and the projects that solve this problem?
So, because of the challenges that we see all around the world, which connect the food and water securities, we decided to talk about this topic. We can show you some challenges that we saw, which is global water carries and climate challenges, and also the infectant of plants with diseases, which my friend Nagam and Malak will show you now.
Virtual water used in the process of producing an agriculture or industrial product that is transferred when treated from one place to another. This concept also includes water used in the production and treated of food and other consumer products. Since it's cultivated in the field to its consumption at the table, that it includes the amount of water used in the stage of a product production. The quantity of fresh water used to produce a product is generally measured by the place where the product was actually produced. Where it was used in many Arab and Persian countries, including Egypt. Egypt is one of the countries where water is resource and suffers from high rates of population growth, which has resulted in a decrease in the per capita share of agriculture land and fresh water, which has resulted in insufficient local production and thus importing additional quantities of food to meet the consumption need. The importance of the importance of the quantity of vital water necessary to produce the 1,000 tons of weight during the average period. كمان عندنا اثبتت العديد من الدراسات انه الووتر بوفرتيز is constantly increasing، يعني العجز المائي عندنا بتزايد بشكل ثابت على مدار السنوات، خصوصا بالاردن صنفوه بالمرتبه الرابعه من البورس كانتري، وهذا الاشي سبب بانه لجوء العديد من الناس للاردن، فهذا زاد الطلب على المياه. فهذا الإشي تطلب تدخل من منظمة ال FAO Food and Agriculture Organization. بالتالي إنه هي عملت several projects تهدف إلى تحسين كفاءة المياه وزيادة إنتاجيتها. من أهم هاي البروجكتس هو ال BRCCJ and is abbreviation to Building Resilience to cope with the climate change in Jordan through improving water use efficiency in the agriculture sectors. This projects aim to support farmers to adopt a new technique for production. يعني بدهم يدعموا المزارعين عشان يلاقوا تقنيات جديدة بتساعدهم إنهم ينتجوا محاصيل أفضل بكميات مي جيدة بدون استنزاف، وإنه إحنا نبعد عن مصادر المياه الجوفية. كمان من أهم الأهداف increasing the ability of adaptation with the climate change، إنه إحنا نزيد القدرة على إنه نتكيف مع المناخ وتغييراته. In addition, this project ensuring long-term development in agriculture، يعني نضمن إنه في عنا تنمية مستدامة وتطوير لفترات طويلة بالمناطق الزراعية من خلال إعادة تدوير مياه الصرف الصحي وحصر مياه الأمطار. فيعتبر هذا المشروع هو نقل نوعية للكواليتي اوف كروبس، يعني المحاصيل الزراعية، طبعا مع وجود عملية كنترول للمياه والسكيورتي بتاعها.
واخيرا احنا قدرنا نوصل لانه لا يوجد امن غذائي من غير امن مائي، حيث انه المياه هي مفتاح الامن الغذائي. وهذا ما برهن الله سبحانه وتعالى ورب العزة في محكم كتابه في قوله تعالى: وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء حي أفلا تؤمنون. صدق الله العظيم. وشكرا جدا. Thank you for listening.
Now we will have Al Yamama University presenting from Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Prince Sultan University. You are next, so please be ready. And Prince Sultan, please be ready.
I don't want the clicker. Okay. أجرب البوينت وخذيها. عندك؟
Test. Testing.
يلا. خلي حط سلايد بس. I'm gonna ask you guys a question, and I would like you to take a second and think about it. Do you ever wonder how our food is produced?
Please, can you mute your mic, please? Whoever is joining us online, please mute your mic. Thank you.
I'm gonna ask you guys a question, and I would like you to take a second and think about it. Do you ever wonder how our food is produced? Everything we eat depends on one main ingredient, which is water. So imagine our world without it. Within the context of demographic growth, increased competition for water, and environmental issues, our world, as we know it, will run out of clean, fresh water. The threat to this vital resource that we need for ourselves, our animals, and our agriculture will put our water and food security at risk. While the global population is expected to rapidly grow from 7 billion to over 9 billion by 2050, food production will have to double to feed an increasing number of people. Unfortunately, the amount of water and arable land available remains constant. As a result, water and food security will require immediate action to balance soil-water use efficiency, which will lead to increased animal and crop productivity. Institutions must play a significant role in reducing environmental externalities to accurately assess and respond to these growing risks. To ensure the world's water and food security, we must raise awareness on the threats, impacts, and feasible solutions to the ever-growing problem.
So, Noura, what role does climate change play in exacerbating food water scarcity?
So to answer your question, Lujane, climate change is one of the negative outcomes that tops the list when discussing food and water security, since it's the most detrimental factor affecting everything, from health to the environment. As global warming continues to rise and the population continues to grow, climate change is making it worse by creating long drought seasons in many regions. As a result of desertification,
desertification doesn't sound too bad. I mean, I love desserts. Have you guys tried the cupcakes from the bakery down the street?
But Lujane, she doesn't mean desertification in that way.
Someone's hungry.
Lujane is always hungry.
Hey guys, that's definitely not what I meant. Desertification is a land that was once fertile, becoming barren and desolate. In fact, this year, the World Food Programme claimed that more than 2.3 billion people are facing numerous threats to their water security.
2.3 billion people?
Yeah, 2.3 billion people. Countries in the Horn of Africa, such as Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia, are already experiencing starvations. In Kenya, 50,000 people depended on the Kenya's Iwaso River for their water needs. Today, it's no more than a dry desert due to climate change. According to the United Nations, for every 1 degree Celsius increase in the world's average temperature, UN experts project a 20% drop in renewable water resources.
20% drop doesn't sound too drastic, though.
Well, actually, according to a climate government, the roughly 1 degree Celsius increase in the world's average temperature represents a huge increase in stored heat. This will definitely have a great impact on our renewable resources. We know global warming is getting worse and how it's affecting a problem that we're already facing, that is water scarcity. So now that we've established that climate change affects people all around the world, which group of people are mostly impacted by it?
Oh, I could elaborate on that.
But hold on. Before we go any further, can anyone tell me what these buckets are doing here?
I'm glad you asked, Jawahar. People are in fact suffering, specifically women and children. They frequently collect water which keeps them from their job and studies. Every day, women and girls spend 200 million hours walking to collect water.
200 million hours?
So
sadly.
That's like 8.3 million days, am I correct?
Okay, Jawahar, we get it, you're good at math.
Which is more than 22,800 years. For example, Johnny, a mother of 2 children that lives in Kenya, like many other women, is responsible for securing clean water for her family, walking for hours, leaving her children at home. The potential of women is stripped away from them when they are forced to sacrifice valuable time that they should be dedicating to work, school, and education as a whole. If you all recall, the construct of climate change was momentarily brought up by Noura. To further elaborate, consecutive droughts have made it difficult for many families in Kenya to make a living. The number of people who don't know where their next meal is coming from stand at 2.5 million people.
2.5 million people? Really?
Sadly, and they are in need of urgent assistance. Moreover, people, especially women and children who lack access to clean water, often use and drink water from contaminated sources, which can result in waterborne diseases like cholera and diarrhea. So, when a woman falls ill, who else can be the provider for the children?
The man.
Said no one ever. Women are the primary caretakers when it comes to families everywhere. Families suffer time and financial losses due to these elements, which can also be catastrophic. People lose money on medical expenses and waste time that could be used to engage in income-generating activities when you spend hours each day gathering water or battling contaminated infections. Even though this issue may seem impossible to solve, there are many solutions that can be employed. I think my friend Jawahar has a couple of points that she could enlighten us with.
Yeah, sure, I'd love to.
Thank you.
So, food and water have a directly proportional relationship. And so the protection of water, being the base of all foods, directly contributes to the protection of food itself. Now, there are many issues to tackle when fighting for our two most valuable resources. What I present to you are some of the suggested solutions to many previously stated problems. There are many organizations that help women and children overcome the water insecurity issue. But how do they do that, you may ask? Let me tell you. The Water Project, Project WET, and the Water Aid organizations are all nonprofits that aim to empower women out of poverty by building and repairing local wells near academic institutions, as well as the aid of more than 28.1 million people who were water stressed to just simply advocating for better...
28.1 million people?
That's correct. 28.1 million people who were water stressed to just simply advocating for better hygiene. And providing educational programs that educate the youth on important water concepts, such as the protection and management of water resources. Now, this is highly effective because it educates them on the amelioration needed and provides them with the knowledge to treat the situation smartly, which enables them to understand and value water, ensuring a sustainable future. Furthermore...
Wait, there's more?
There is actually. There is more. A different solution to water insecurity would be for countries to adopt climate-smart agriculture by using conservation techniques, such as increasing agricultural productivity to increase farm incomes, food security, and development, as well as building resilience of food systems to climate change, and, where possible, reducing greenhouse gas emissions to improve organic matter and increase soil moisture retention, as well as drip irrigation and transforming waste into a source of nutrients or biofuels. So now that it's all said and done, Lujay, could you give us a refresher on the key takeaways of this discussion?
I would love to.
Thank you.
So, is everyone here familiar with Benjamin Franklin?
Yes.
Yeah,
of course.
He once said, "When the well is dry, we know the worth of water." And if you understood anything from our presentation today, his words would send a shiver down your spine. Water is used to produce almost, if not everything that we consume. And so, poisoned water is poisoned health. Our very existence is dependent on the availability and security of sanitary water sources everywhere. Food and water go hand in hand. Thus, you cannot have the security of one without the other. Now, there would be no reason in bringing forth the aforementioned ramifications, such as the burden water-food insecurity places on women and children, without bringing forth possible solutions to the epidemic, ranging from the reduction of food waste to the invention of new water conservation techniques. Though this issue is not current in every country, it is deemed a global issue due to its expectancy to have taken over an entire hemisphere of the world by 2025.
2025? That's only 3 years from now.
Correct. Now, the reported timeline for how severe this epidemic will get may be based mostly on speculation.
Yay!
In reality, things could actually take a turn for the worst faster than we know.
But wait, how is it possible in such a little time?
I'm glad you asked. This is all dependent on the unpredictability of climate change, which has a directly proportional relationship with the security of food and water. In addition, it proposes the majorly calamitous threat of exacerbating the already present problem, which is the insecurity of food and water. As residents of this world, we urge you all to take this moment and be introspective. Ask yourself if you have contributed to water-food insecurity in any way. If so, how? And if not, begin or continue to do your research. Reach out to organizations, conserve your water, and reduce your food waste. Use this opportunity to dig down deep and see how we need amelioration. As Abraham Lincoln would say,
of the people, by the people, for the people.
Now we will have a Prince Sultan University from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia presenting on stage, so please. The next team is University of Bolton Academic Center in Ras Al Khaimah, so please be ready. Thank you.
Test.
Test.
Did you guys hear about the story of Horacio Muhammad?
No, tell us.
Okay. Horacio Muhammad was a woman from southwestern Somalia. She lived a very humble life in a very dry and rural area with temperatures as high as 100 degrees. She had 8 children that she has to sustain on her own with no help from anyone, and all she had to depend on were her crops and her goats. They all died tragically due to the lack of water. Her children had to eat. She couldn't find any bite of food or water for them. So she fled her home and tried to look for another place that she could farm in to help her children. Her youngest child, Aiden, died on the journey, and the rest soon followed. She buried all of them and kept walking.
Whoa. What is this? Why are we talking about Horacio Muhammad? Aren't we talking about water and food security? How is this related to the topic?
So let me answer your question, Abdullah. Horacio Muhammad is just an example of someone who's suffering from and falling victim to food and water security. There is a significant correlation between food and water security, and we are suffering from it.
Whoa. Now you're saying water and food security. How are they correlated?
Well, according to the International Water Management Institute, 75% of agriculture is dependent on rainfall, and as precipitation is expected to decrease, we are suffering the consequence.
That's great, but let me give you the facts. The COVID-19 pandemic has doubled acute food insecurity. That's an increase of over 200 million people in a matter of a few years.
Whoa. Are we talking about the pandemic now? Isn't it already over?
The repercussions are not over, they have increased.
Yes, they're not over, Abdullah. They keep going. The water and food supply demand is constantly increasing. According to the World Food Programme, in the next 30 years, food demand will increase by 50% and water by 30%. So I know what you're thinking. What is the problem?
Well, let me give you an example to the problem. The problem of unoptimized fertilization. You see, for us to grow crops, we need to fertilize the land. The issue we have at hand right now is we over-fertilize the whole land. This is a loss of fertilizers, a loss of money, but it also harms the land. And it's not just limited to the land, it cascades through the whole food chain. So with irrigation, we'd have runoffs. The runoffs would hold the excess nutrients and drop it in the outpours, in rivers and seas, and that creates sediments, and then the rivers are not viable for farming. And so in a sense, what we're creating is that the way we're farming right now is leading us to limit the amount of water that we can use to farm. And so our ways of farming are limiting our farming. So that is quite irrational. The way forward would be for us to limit our fertilization to our needs. We need to personalize our fertilization to each soil, each plant, and only after that could we save fertilizers, save our money, and have more crops.
Whoa. Understanding the capacity of human beings, I think we'd require something more superior than ourselves.
Yes, it is hard and complex for humans, but artificial intelligence is the solution. Artificial intelligence refers to the use of complex machine learning algorithms that simulate human thinking, and as such we can use them in many different fields to help us utilize and fulfill our needs much more efficiently.
So now you're probably thinking, how do we do that? How do we actually solve the problem? We solve the problem through two main factors: rationalization and regulation. We use artificial intelligence and the smart learning machines to create solutions for farmers. And then we use regulation through governments, institutes, and organizations to monitor these usages and ensure that we are moving forward. We are reaching food and water security for all worldwide. An example of fields that would benefit from artificial intelligence is mainly water management, plantation optimization, and plant health.
Byproducts from agriculture and pollution from modern cities make our rivers inadequate for farming because they are full of nutrients and minerals. With artificial intelligence, we can use these complex machine learning algorithms to help us assess the quality of water and detect and decide which uses are appropriate. We can also use artificial intelligence to help us forecast weather patterns and create plans and procedures to help farmers through droughts and severe floods. We can also implement this in analyzing and identifying groundwater reservoir levels and aquifers cross-regionally. This is quite complex and hard for humans to do, but with artificial intelligence, this can be done quite easily. And we can create adaptive strategies used in agriculture much easier.
Also, one of the examples we could use AI with is with plant optimization. We start off with plantation itself. With AI and image recognition, we could know about the soil, its composition, the nutrients, the moisture in that soil, and then based on that we could determine the amount of seeds that we should plant in that soil. We could map the whole field and monitor every specific plant, know its growth and its yield, when we should harvest it. And so the whole journey of plantation could really be optimized with artificial intelligence. We could focus on fertilization. With image recognition, we would have a vehicle that would drive over the field, and by image recognition, it would recognize every specific plant and know that plant, what does it need, how much fertilization does it need. This would save us fertilizers, more than 90% of fertilization, but also more than that, it would help us not fertilize the weeds, the herbs that we want to eradicate. And finally, we could also use it with watering. We could help with water security and save the water to use for other plants by knowing more about the soil, how much it needs based on the moisture in the air, the humidity, the temperature, the season. And so with AI, we could personalize how every specific plant, based on every season, in its own specific soil, how much water does it need.
And finally, not only can we use it through plant optimization and water management, we can use it to save our plants. Plants are dying from diseases every day. Most of plants are dying from diseases, and a way to fix that is through artificial intelligence. There are smart machines that can identify when a plant is infected with fungi, pests, or herbs, and they can find solutions to it. So an example of that would be that a machine could recognize through smart machine learning and image recognition if a plant is infected with a fungi, and then they could spray fungicides on it strategically, as well as shooting laser beams at herbs on infected plants without harming the plant.
Okay, now I understand, I stand wrong, but sure, solutions, now you explain the problem, everyone did that today. Who's implementing all of this?
Look around you, Abdullah. There are many different ways it can be implemented, and it starts with us individuals working together to take care of our dear environment. Then us individuals become active members of society and participate with institutions such as the clubs in our university, working together to protect the environment. Then we have the government's efforts in making global summits and such for agriculture and agriculture exhibits to raise awareness and innovation. And we have other projects on another level of that focus on conserving the environment. And then we have the massive projects of making new cities that are zero carbon and have self-sufficient agricultures and ecosystems, and host companies that put all their efforts into water, waste management, and energy.
How could I be so naive? No. How could we be so naive? The problem is in front of us. It was always in front of us. We over-fertilized. We over-watered our plants. We distinguished between water and food. We do not correlate them. Well, we just did. All of us just did. Housekeeping Muhammad, okay, a woman of 8. Her kids passed away for the reason of breach of water security, therefore signifying the integrity between water and food security. On behalf of Prince Sultan University, we're in. Are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Now,
Hello.
University of Bolton Academic Center in Ras Al Khaimah will be presenting now. Next is the Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahman University. So please be ready. Thank you.
Hello.
You can start your presentation while it's up here. Just wait. Please, just big announcement, please. It's strictly prohibited to use that door during enter or exit from the auditorium. So please, if you want to leave the auditorium or you enter the auditorium, please use that door in the end of the stairs. Thank you.
Can I start? Okay. I was born in a country where hunger, malnutrition, and poverty exist. And I am sure every one of us knows that these topics are still one of the biggest issues that until now we couldn't find a solution to. Can you just imagine a world where none of these things exist? A world where everyone has enough food and nutrition? Well, as of now, we can only imagine it. The United Nations predicted that our population would grow from 7 billion to 9.2 billion by 2050. With the population increase, our food production will also increase to satisfy the growing population. However, population is not our main focus and certainly not the solution. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are civil engineering students from University of Bolton, and we are here to discuss water security and food security. Is it correlated?
What is food security? The United Nations define food security as at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet dietary needs for a productive and healthy life. But there are many factors affecting the food production of a country. The major one is a climate change. The recent study predicts that there will be a 10% increase on carbon pollution, which makes 2.3% increase on Earth's surface temperature. Another factor that affects the food security is the armed conflicts event, which is happening in every part of the world. Similarly, disasters around the world, the COVID-19 pandemic, and inequality are one of the other factors.
Hunger at global, regional, and national levels is measured and tracked by a tool called GHI, the Global Hunger Index. Take the example of China. Out of 121 countries, China is ranked in the top 17 countries with a GHI of less than 5. As of the moment, China ranks first in the world in terms of their production of fruit, vegetables, and livestock. China has succeeded in feeding 1 1/5 of the world's population while using less than 10% of the world's arable land. Between 2003 and 2017, the food exports nearly tripled from 20.2 billion to 59.6 billion over the same period.
Now, moving on to UAE, the food security has risen considerably on the UAE's national agenda. The UAE's current GHI score is 5.3, and it ranks 18th out of 121 countries. The UAE imports 76% of our total food supply, while it only produces 24% of fruits and vegetables grown locally. The UAE has improved its commercial links, which allows it easier access to global food markets. Here, we can see UAE's status of production, exports, and imports of foods among other GCC countries.
Now we'll look onto Yemen with a GHI score of 45.1, which makes them the lowest out of 121 countries. The total domestic production covers less than 20% of the total utilization. And with that, 2/3 of Yemen's population needs humanitarian assistance. And because of conflict as well as the outbreak of pest, the cereal production of Yemen decreased drastically from 2019.
Now, if we compare these three countries, China has high production and exports of food, whereas UAE has less production but high imports. Unfortunately, in Yemen, they have less production and no imports. Now, in China, they are struggling with poor storage and transportation issues of food, whereas the issue with UAE is its excess food wastage. And because of Yemen's climatic conditions and poverty, they are struggling even more. Now, if we look onto these two countries, these issues actually results to excess food production. And excess food production means excess water consumption.
Which leads us to the topic, water-food nexus, which shows how water is extensively used in food production, agriculture, and livestock. In most regions of the world, over 70% of fresh water is used for agriculture and food production. For livestock, a dairy cow, for example, consumes 40 to 50 gallons of water a day, which means, in total, livestock uses 8% of global water supply.
And this leads us to the two main challenges, which are excess potable water consumption and excess food production. If we look onto the first issue, potable water is mostly used in agriculture and livestock. And by addressing this, we can reduce the water consumption. Now, how to address this? We can use the modern technologies like drip irrigation and aeroponics, which saves 80 to 90% of water.
We can further reduce the amount of potable water use by using treated wastewater, but there are challenges. In many countries, there's always a misconception about treated wastewater being dirty and cannot be used in agriculture. Another issue is that treated wastewater plants consumes a lot of energy. And lastly, the transportation of treated wastewater is an issue, as it needs a lot of infrastructure such as pipeline. But there are possibilities to overcome these challenges. If you look onto the quality of treated wastewater plants, there are new tertiary treatment plants which can produce a potable quality water which can be used by the agriculture and the livestock sector. And if we plan to reuse the treated wastewater, the energy consumption of treated wastewater plants is less compared to the production of drinking water. And if we plan to reduce the excess cost on transportation, we can provide decentralized wastewater plant, which means rather than having big main plant, we can have a small and local treatment plant which can be placed near to the area of use.
Now that we have addressed the possibilities of reducing the excess water consumption, we will now look on to the next challenge, which is excess food production. Now, there are a lot of small-scale solutions that each country can implement to actually help minimize the excess food production.
First is measuring and tracking of food storage. This system can help make businesses aware of the money that they are wasting on food waste, which is not going to consumer.
The next one is building a food handling and processing. The main aim of this solution is to connect the key members of the food system and to create cooperation between the stakeholders. And of course, consumer education and awareness about the food system and the food waste. This is an effective way of helping the people know the true value of the food they are purchasing.
But another major concern is how we can manage food when it is produced in excess. The first way is by creating a food rescue system. This solution matches locally food available to the local food needs and helps in transporting it to the ones who need it.
The second way is by educating producers on the advantages of donation. The primary goal for this solution is to educate stakeholders on food donation incentives.
There are some good examples of international and local food donation, like Emirates Red Crescent and other NGOs like Action Against Hunger and Bread for the World. But the big question is, who all should donate and to whom?
The findings from OCHA shows that the country with higher GHI value are more vulnerable to climate change. Or, in other words, the countries with lower GHI value are less vulnerable to climate change.
And this leads us to a new aspect proposed by recent COP27 summit, which is climatic compensation. Climatic compensation is where rich countries compensate poor nations for mounting damages linked to global warming. And here, taking the inspiration from climatic compensation, we propose a new concept, food compensation, where the countries with low GHI will compensate the countries with high GHI and low food production.
Now, with all of these solutions that we just have mentioned, which can reduce the excess food and water usage, and of course, the newly proposed concept of food compensation, then we believe a world where everyone has enough food and nutrition will be a reality. So, let us all break the chains of hunger.
Test.
Now we will have the last team for the day. Please welcome Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University. Please join us on the stage. Thank you.
مرحبا جميعا. أتمنى أن الجميع حظي بوجبة إفطار شهية هذا اليوم. هل يوجد شخص جائع بيننا الآن؟ كما توقعت. 45 مليون هو عدد الأطفال تحت سن الخامسة الذين يعانون من جوع في العالم. 149 مليونا تحت سن الخامسة أيضا يعانون من نقص في النمو وسوء في التغذية. هذا ما أفادته تقريرات منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة، حيث أن العالم يتراجع أكثر فأكثر في تحقيق هدف القضاء على الجوع وانعدام الأمن الغذائي.
ويعرف الأمن الغذائي أنه توفر الغذاء اللازم للفرد دون نقصان، ويتحقق ذلك عندما لا يشعر بالخوف اتجاه الجوع.
هذه الحبوب الثلاث الرئيسية هي أهم الحبوب المستخدمة في صناعة الغذاء في العالم. فمثلا في الدول الآسيوية تعتمد 75% من سعراتها الحرارية على الأرز، وكما أن بعض الدول في أفريقيا تعتمد إجمالي 60% من سعراتها الحرارية على الذرة. وكما أن القمح غني عن التعريف باستخداماته في جميع دول العالم، ولكن الحقيقة هي أن ثلث الأراضي التي تزرع هذه الحبوب الأساسية مهددة مائياً، وتعاني من تدهور كبير في حصصها المائية. والحقيقة أيضاً أن النسبة الأكبر من هذه الأراضي الزراعية تعتمد على مياه الأمطار، وهذا بحد ذاته يشكل تحدياً كبيراً، إذ أننا نواجه خطر التغيرات المناخية.
ويعرف الأمن المائي بأنه كمية الماء اللازمة والصالحة للشرب للبيئة والصحة والغذاء. إذن هل يترابط الأمن المائي بالأمن الغذائي؟
أعزائي الحضور، للإجابة عن هذا السؤال اربطوا أحزمتكم جيدا لننطلق في رحلة لمستقبل الأرض للعام 2030، حيث يواجه العالم تحديات كبيرة، منها تحديات في الأمن الغذائي وتحديات في الأمن المائي. فمثلا سيرتفع ويزداد نسبة الطلب على الحبوب بما يقارب 33 مليار طن، وكما أن الزيادة في نسبة عدد السكان تعني زيادة في معدلات الرفاهية. ولكن السؤال هو: ماذا يعني 33 مليار طن؟ أي ضرورة ملحة بزيادة الإنتاج نحو 70% عالمياً و100% في البلدان النامية.
كما نعلم جميعاً مصادر الغذاء وهي المحاصيل الزراعية والثروة الحيوانية وأيضاً الأسماك باختلافها، ألا أنها تواجه التحدي ذاته، حيث تشكل المحاصيل الزراعية 65% من الاستهلاك الغذائي. 75% من هذه النسبة يعتمد على مياه والأمطار، و25% منها يعتمد على الأراضي المروية.
وتشير تقديرات منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة أن النقصان الكبير في مستويات المياه يشكل خطراً وتهديداً على قرابة 3.2 مليار نسمة في المناطق الريفية،
حيث يعاني سدس سكان العالم في المناطق الزراعية من قلة المياه، بما في ذلك يترتب ضرراً يعادل 170 مليون هكتار، أي 60% من المحاصيل الزراعية تتعرض نتيجة للإجهاد المائي. وفي ظل التقدم الحضاري ومع حلول عام 2050 سيزداد الطلب على اللحوم،
حيث يبلغ إنتاج المواشي في الوطن العربي 355 مليار رأس سنوياً، وما يزيد عن 4 مليار رأس عالمياً. وسؤالي لكم أعزائي الحضور: هل يمكن لهذه المعدلات أن يتم إنتاجها في ظل التحديات التي تواجه أمننا المائي؟ ولكن الحقيقة هي ليس فقط ما يقلقني هو قلة الماء، بل إن تلوثه لمشكلة أعظم. فتخيلوا معي أن الماء قليل وملوث، وكما حدث في إحدى الدول العربية صيف عام 21، حيث تعاني الأسماك من خطر تلوث في المياه جراء إلقاء النفايات فيها. وذلك الخطر تسبب بزيادة نمو الطفيليات داخل الأسماك، مما شكل تهديداً للحياة البحرية، وذلك التهديد يصل إلى الحياة البشرية أيضاً.
فماذا لو استيقظنا يوماً ما على خبر عاجل وهو نفاذ مخزون المياه في العالم؟
وإذا ما تم اتخاذ إجراءات عاجلة ستكون ملايين أخرى من البشر غير الموجودة حالياً معرضة لخطر الجوع والفقر، وبالتالي سوف تشهد الأقاليم التي تشهد أصلاً معدلات عالية من الجوع والفقر. بما في ذلك يمكننا الجزم بأن الأمن المائي والغذائي وجهان لعملة واحدة تحكمها التغيرات المناخية والوباء، وكل منهما له تأثيره المباشر على الآخر. فالتغيرات المناخية تعني تغيرات في درجات الحرارة، تعني تدهورا للأمن المائي يتبعه تضررا للأمن الغذائي، بما في ذلك تلف النباتات ونفوق المواشي وتدهورا واضطرابات في هطول الأمطار، وهذا يسبب تهديدا كبيرا للأمن المائي. هل استشعرتم هذا الخطر؟
لا داعي للقلق، فبعد البحث والتجارب التي قمنا بها نستطيع أن نحل هذه الأزمة عن طريق استخدام المخلفات الحيوية. نعم، المخلفات الحيوية التي تحتوي على البوليمرات الطبيعية مثل الكياتين والكيتوزان التي نجدها في قشور الربيان مثلا، حيث يتم طحنها ومعالجتها كيميائيا ثم استخدامها في معالجة مياه الصرف الصحي والأسمدة العضوية. وأيضا من ضمن الحلول هي الخلية الإلكتروليتية التي تحتوي على قطبي كربون، حيث يطبق عليها جهد لا يتجاوز 1.2 فولت. هل عرفتم هذا الصوت؟ تماما، إنه صوت المطر، حيث يتم تطبيق عملية الاستمطار، وهي عملية تعديل للمناخ، حيث يتم نشر مواد تعمل كمكثفة للغيوم. وبدعم الدول للابتكارات النوعية، مثل الابتكار الذي يقوم على جمع جزيئات بخار الماء في الهواء وتكثيفها وتحويلها للماء. ليس هذا فقط، بل اتباع سياسات من شأنها أن تؤدي إلى تحسين كفاءة الري، مثل حصاد المياه والري بالتنقيط والري بالرش. كذلك إعادة استخدام المياه العادمة بمعالجتها بالطرق التي تم ذكرها مسبقا. وإذا ما طبق هذا الابتكار بالتأكيد سنشهد نقلة نوعية للمجتمعات وحصانة أكبر ضد التهديدات المائية. وما لم تبذل جهود إضافية للحد من انعدام الأمن المائي والغذائي فستعذر تحقيق الغاية الأسمى، وهي القضاء التام على الجوع والفقر. فها نحن اليوم نقف أمامكم لنؤكد لكم ارتباط الماء بالغذاء لمستقبل أفضل، وأتيناكم ب7 سنبلات خضر فلا تجعلوهن يابسات. نحن من جامعة الأميرة نورة بنت عبد الرحمن آتيناكم من المملكة العربية السعودية. كان معكم ديما العميل، رزان العتيبي، ريم الجبيري، وبدعم جميع الحين.
شكرا جزيلا.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished all the teams for today. Let us give all the teams a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. You have all done an incredible job with your presentations. We will now take a break of 20 minutes while the final scores are being told, and then we'll start closing ceremony. سيداتي وسادتي، وصلنا لختام العروض التقديمية لهذا اليوم. دعونا نمنح كل الفرق جولة كبيرة من التصفيق مرة أخرى. شكرا لكم، لقد قمتم بعمل جيد ورائع في عروضكم التقديمية. سنأخذ الآن استراحة لمدتها 20 دقيقة لحساب النتائج النهائية، وبعد ذلك سنبدأ الحفل الاختتامي. شكرا. We request you to return exactly 3:03 when we announce the result of the winners.
This is Mr. Haytham.
I don't know.
No, ask him.
No, it's in there. You can ask them first. Yeah.
So relaxing and cool. You have Chris's morning one, but he has still one gap, isn't it? The Malta University. Ah, you have? Where? Okay. Yes, yes, yes. They were not really very good. Okay, Harris, will you remove the pencils from the table? Otherwise tomorrow they will not be there.
Ah, yeah.
And tomorrow morning you will put them. Even the notepads, remove them.
That banner will put it.
Yes, on the yes. Shut up. Hey, I need a job.
Varun, he has a charge. We'll bring it.
I'm calling a jazz, huh? Who's helping him to make the table? Huh? Yes, you, Ajaz, Harris. يوسف يلا مين اللي بيحط لي على الستيج؟ أجهز كم quickly. هي يلا يلا.
Laura, this is yours? No. It's new. Okay, let me take. This is mine, huh? Don't take. Mom, she was asking for a table? Who table?
me know when you are ready for me to sit with you. Yes.
मेरा फोन देना. I'll call Anurag. Give me. I'll call Anurag. Give me. I'll call Anurag. Gibson. Are I'm calling him. He's running away. I don't want Anurag. I want him to just put it on Zoom chat that winners will be announced.
Do you have any Chinese or any tie-ups? Yes. These ones should be all here, huh? So that tomorrow we need them. Huh? Yeah. Okay, where is Ajaz? Where's the other one? There was empty. Remove the empty ones. Empty ones only. Yes. So you are arranging them in the order of. Okay. Can we do something? Can we do something? No. رامي هي عطنا ورقتك عشان نكتب لك. For tomorrow's speech. يلا المركز الثالث. The last, the second runner-up. Let me write it down.
Can you call the other
R-A-K.
There's a bell from the registration desk. There's a bell at the registration. In 2 minutes, huh?
Of medical science.
I'm there.
زين. First runner-up. First runner-up. اليمامة. اليمامة يونيفرسيتي. الخبر اليمامة يونيفرسيتي. الخبر. KSA. Winner. This is not the first time they win, huh? University of Bolton. Academic. Center. Now we have to have رامي. رامي عندك الأسماء بالعربي أنت؟ بس هي زين هذيل بس نقولهم بالعربي ها؟ تبدأ بالفائز الثالث. الإنجليزي والعربي. والفائز الأول. You have them in Arabic? Right. Bolton. No. What is it? Jamaat Bolton. Then, and then you have a Yamama. Where's a Yamama? The winner? And this is winner? No, this is the winner. No, University of Bolton. And this is correct. This one?
Only towards the end, the PDF. After the ceremony. After the ceremony is over, the PDF. The score. The display the score. Document. Document. Wait.
Welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. أهلا بكم من جديد. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بالاستراحة. Before we begin with the awarding ceremony, please ensure your mobiles are switched off or in silent mode. قبل أن نبدأ بحفل توزيع الجوائز، يرجى التأكد من الهواتف المحمولة مغلقة أو في وضع الصامت. Firstly, let's give a big round of applause to our distinguished panel of judges. I'm sure we all agree that they had a tough day deciding the winners. Thank you, judges, for your time and expertise. I hope you enjoyed all the presentations. أولاً، دعونا نقدم جولة كبيرة من التصفيق مرة أخرى إلى لجنة التحكيم المتميزة. وأنا متأكد بأننا نتفق جميعاً على أنهم قضوا يوماً صعباً في تحديد الفائزين. شكراً لكم حكامنا الأعزاء على وقتكم وخبرتكم. أتمنى أن تكونوا قد استمتعتم بجميع العروض التقديمية لليوم. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for, the results of the competition are in. The judges have done their work, but before we announce the winners, we would like to congratulate all the contestants for their efforts. والآن في الوقت الحالي الذي ننتظره جميعاً ظهرت النتائج المسابقة. لقد قام الحكام بعملهم، لكن قبل أن نعلن عن الفائزين نود أن نهنئ جميع المتسابقين على جهودهم الكريمة. Let us begin by announcing the honor by the winners in each category. To do the honors of giving away the awards to the winners, may I ask Ms. Habiba al-Marahashi and the respective members of the jury panel to come on stage. لنبدأ الإعلان عن الفائزين في كل فئة للقيام بتوزيع الجوائز على الفائزين. هل لي أن أطلب من السيدة حبيبة المرعشي وأعضاء لجنة التحكيم المحترمين الحضور إلى المسرح. Let us find out the winners of the first topic, water security and the food security. Are they correlated? نتعرف على الفائزين في موضوع اليوم. هل يترابط الأمن المائي والأمن الغذائي؟ The second runner-up is the team from. احتل المركز الثالث الفريق راس الخيمة College of Medical Science، كلية راس الخيمة للعلوم الطبية. Please give the University of Ras Al Khaimah Medical a big round of applause. Well done. Okay. Please be announced that we'll be taking a group photo in the end of this ceremony. Thank you. And now, for the first runner-up is the team from. احتل المركز الثاني فريق اليمامة يونيفرسيتي from الخبر في سعودي أرابيا. جامعة اليمامة البنات الخبر. Well done. Please give Al Yamama University from Saudi Arabia a big round of applause. And finally, after a long day, it's my honor to announce the winner of the second topic is the team from. وأخيرا الفائز في المركز الأول هو فريق University of Bolton from راس الخيمة. Congratulations. المركز الأكاديمي بجامعة بولتون راس الخيمة. Please give a big round of applause to University of Bolton Academic Center from Ras Al Khaimah. Congratulations. Well done. Please, everyone, please join us on the stage to take a group photo, please. على جميع تكرم الحضور على المسرح لأخذ صورة جماعية. Please. Okay.
Final scores will be displayed after the picture.
The final scores will be displayed after the group photo. Yes, sure. Why not? Please hurry up to take a group photo. تعالوا تعالوا قدام انتوا الواجهه الصراحه.
شكرا.
The scores is displayed on the screen. You can see your scores. بس حبيبة أستاذ حبيبة. No.
I just wanted to say that all of you are invited to join tomorrow, by the way. All of you, each and everyone who was here today, you are invited to join us tomorrow, which will be the second day of the competition. Haris, where is Haris? There are so many people who want group photos.
Congratulations for today.
and well done. Let's give all of our participation a big round of applause of what have been an amazing and super informative day. Thank you very much.
Please note, University of Bolton, please note, the winners of today will automatically be considered for the overall winners position in 24th of November. We request the winning teams of today to attend closing ceremony on 24th of November and to present by 1:15 p.m.